is in for our beautiful nation, Nigeria. All right, very quickly to start us off, because we'll try to be timely. Today we have a huge list of amazing insights and amazing sessions that we're going to be having. We have all sorts of amazing people here, insightful and knowledgeable, to share insights with all of us. But to kickstart very quickly, we'd like to invite up the managing partner for Theculturefactor Africa and the vice president for Theculturefactor Canada, Dr. Oke Okere, for a welcome address. Dr. Oke, please. Over here, please.
Thank you very much, Michael and Modupe. A round of applause for them, please, if you don't mind. Such an exciting time today. Such a very, very exciting time, and a proud moment, I would say, for all of us. It's been a 7-year journey. Incidentally, we launched the company in Lagos, Nigeria in 2019 officially in this same room. 6 years ago or 7 years ago in 2019. And instrumental to that was the Embassy of Finland to Nigeria. And indeed, today we have the ambassador ably represented today. We had our launch with the Nordic Nigeria Connect event right here. And just for me to see everybody gathered here again is such a wonderful time. If I was a bit emotional, I would have started crying. But I put my emotions aside so that I can give you a proper welcome. Welcome to Lagos. Welcome to Nigeria. This is the city I was born in, although I am Igbo from the east, but I do speak Yoruba, so I can say welcome to you in Yoruba, which is Ekabo. So for those of us from outside Nigeria, can you repeat that after me? Ekabo, all right. And then from the east of Nigeria, we will say welcome, and we will say non. Not no, non. Exactly. And then from the north, they will say Sanuda Zua. Am I correct? Is it Nakwana or Sanuda Zua? Nakwana is good morning, yes? But Sanuda Zua is what I would say. Welcome. Welcome. I learned Hausa a bit. You're all welcome here. So this is an amazing time for us. And very quickly, want to recognize all our friends, partners who are coming from different countries in the world. I realized yesterday when we were recognizing people who were here, we didn't recognize our friends from Kenya. We have some of our partners and our friends from Kenya. Are they here? Kenyans, are they here? Awesome. Yeah, all the way from Nairobi, Kenya. And we do have people from Rwanda here as well. There are people from Rwanda here. Awesome. And we have people from my new home, Canada, here as well. Do we have people from Canada here? Awesome. And we have people from Finland, where our head office is. And the Netherlands, where we started out 40 years ago. And from Belgium. And Luxembourg, and Austria, and Germany, and where else? From China. We have people from China visiting us today. And from South Korea as well. We have people visiting us from South Korea. How many more countries do I need to add before we become the United Nations? I don't think I've run through all the countries yet. We have people from Uganda here. Am I correct? Ugandans, are we here? And they're still coming. Yes, from Uganda. And we have people from our sister country, our twin country. And we're not going to talk about what we argue about all the time. We will just let them slide on that. From our favorite country, from Ghana, we have people here today. Am I missing out any country so that I don't get punished again? Oh, yes, yes, I am missing out a country, a very, very, very country. I won't say it's the most beautiful place I've been to, but it will probably be second to Lagos. People from Namibia are here as well. People from Namibia are here. So I recognize Uganda, Kenya. There's a very important country I cannot miss. Next door to Nigeria, another beautiful country, the Republic of Benin. We have people from Republic of Benin here. Benin and Senegal. Am I correct? Yes, Benin and Senegal. We also have people from the UK and Singapore in the house. Am I missing out any country, people? USA. Oh, yes. We have people from the USA. Definitely, definitely we have people from the USA. Am I missing out any country, team? Oh, my God. We have people from Sweden in the house. Awesome, 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 awesome. Thank you so much. I think I've covered all the countries. Or I'm going to get sued here. We have people from Uruguay and France in the house. Okay. And now I think I've covered every country. There's no other country represented here, is there, that I've not mentioned? I've mentioned Rwanda. Are you sure? Do we have Nigerians here? I don't think so. If Nigerians could show that they're Nigerians here. Do we have Nigerians here? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, everybody. This is the first time we're hosting this conference in Africa. We've had this conference in Mexico. We've had it in India. We've had it in Japan. We've had it in the Netherlands, in Luxembourg, in Italy, Milan, Italy. We've had it in Norway. We've had it in Norway, in Portugal, in Finland, and Japan. So this is the first time ever in Africa. Last year we had it in Canada. Oh my God, how can I forget that? We had it at Niagara Falls in Canada last year. And here today, for the very first time on African soil, we're having it here in Lagos. Want to welcome you all. Today you're going to have plenary sessions. As you can see, we've set up the chairs already. We're going to have plenary sessions in here. We're also going to have breakout sessions as well. We have a few special guests that we want to appreciate. The ambassador of Finland to Nigeria, ably represented by the consul here, Mr. Bankole Olarutoba. We're still expecting the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, who will be here. We're also expecting the Honorable Minister of Investment, Trade, and Industry here as well. So we'll be having them, and of course, when they come, they will give their speeches, and we will continue. Before I go, I want to recognize and really appreciate all those organizations that have supported us. About 28 organizations supported us, and we want to appreciate all of them. We will be reeling their logos on the screen as we go, but if you look very carefully, you will see their logos represented here. I want to thank you all so much for making out the time and also giving us the support that we needed to make this event happen. If you're attending this event, we want to encourage you to stay till the end of the event. Don't be in a hurry to go, because in the evening, if you've never experienced Lagos-style partying before, make sure that you stay for our Owambe party tonight. We're going to spend a crazy amount of money this evening raising funds for a charity. So that today's event will be dedicated to Kinabuti, a charity that focuses on helping disadvantaged women and children get into the creative space. So we look forward to hosting you this evening as well. But please enjoy today's events. And it's my honor right now to invite the global CEO of the Culture Factor, Mr. Egbert Schramm, to give his opening comments. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Now, okay, already went through our mini United Nations present here, but this is one of my pleasures as a global CEO, to see what we can do when we bring people from different continents. We're almost from every continent. We have somebody here. different countries, different backgrounds, different organizations, different professions together. Why is that wonderful? Because in that difference, we are united. What I'm going to hope for you today as takeaway is learn from all of the different backgrounds that people bring in. We have keynotes on how public sector deals with the topic of culture. How does finance deal with the topic of culture? How do not-for-profits deal with the topic of culture? We are all united by that topic, so my sincere thanks to all of you for joining us here today. I would also like to appreciate all of the staff on the background and the forefront that has made this event possible. So if we could get a round of applause for those that have helped. Now, today's conference is about culture and technology. And if we talk about technology, one of the most important things to think about is we hear more and more and more about tech this, tech that, AI here, AI there. But are we really building our future organizations on solid foundations? Or are we building it on wishful thinking? AI, and I'll talk about that in a moment, is really new. Yes, it develops really fast. But how long have we been along as people? Way longer. How have we been coded as societies, as groups, as individuals? Way longer. And my question for all of you to think about moving forward is, do we really all want to be staring at our phone the whole time? Ways of looking at the ways of working, what life has to bring to us, basically. In other words, do we really take pride in our foundation when we think about how technology can enhance our way of living? The second point is, if we talk about culture in terms of it's soft. For those of you that still drive a normal gasoline car, does your engine work without oil? Not really, right? For those of you who thinks water is soft, raise your hand. Can we live without water? No, we cannot. And for those of you that are still thinking, yeah, but water, what can move mountains? What can move rocks? Water. So as the famous Bruce Lee once said, be like water. Be flexible. Learn to understand how can we wave around the obstacles in our organization's pathways. That is what culture allows you to do, to move the unmovable. But that's where I bring up the Lagos imperative. Now, coming from a country like Finland, Lagos traffic is Lagos traffic. And what I've noticed is that there are two types of drivers, except those that are driven, obviously. I wouldn't dare driving here. But those two types of drivers, they are two categories. They either drive or they are driven. And this is the same with you and your organizations. You either lead your culture, you take active charge of this, and a lot of our keynotes today will talk about this, or you will be led. Because culture happens. It is there. So be in charge. And that basically means your core challenge as an individual, as a team, as an organization is to really wonder, am I ready? Are we ready to leverage whatever advantage technology can give us? Or is it just another gimmick? How much of your phone's capabilities do you really use? It's like Excel. You might use 5% of what it can actually do. It looks good, sounds fancy, but are we really ready? And what are we willing to give up? Not unimportant to ask. Now, if we go to the next slide, one of the things that I want you to also think about is that if you think about AI, you might have read a recent Harvard Business Review report on if AI were a person. Do you know from which country that person would come? The Netherlands. And you know what is the most individualistic culture on the planet Earth? The Netherlands. AI is built around that what is there, the written, that what has been photographed, that is what it's trained on. But that's not culture. Culture is the unsaid, the unwritten, the unheard. It is the things that happen between us when we are together in one space. So whenever you talk about implementing AI inside your organization, make sure that you have a solid foundation on which it is being built for it not to disrupt the wonderful connection that we as people can have with one another. Now, in order to start that understanding, you really need to know yourself. So on the next slide, what I'm going to ask you to do is scan that QR code, because that will allow you to unlock culture. That is what we at Theculturefactor do. We help you by tools and guided services to really leverage the power of culture, to understand if I am myself coded, programmed in a particular way, how does that influence the way I relate to life? Do I accept power or not? Do I want to be focusing on the task or on the relationship? Do I want to get things done quickly, snappily, boom, boom, boom? Or do I want to take the time to really talk about things? Take the code. It's available until November 14th. You will get a personal report. For those of you that are going to join Mark Jacobs' breakout session on cross-cultural communication, intercultural management, by that time, if you have finished the survey, it'll take about 10 minutes, you will actually see how Nigerian are you? How, in my case, Dutch, but I'm actually culturally Irish. We are more than what our passport says. Not to forget that our passport still influences us. And the way you can recognize that is, when you thought this morning about this event and you chose your attire, did you choose that attire because of what you wanted, or because of what would have been the expectation of the crowd regarding what you are wearing? This is what coding is all about. In my case, I knew that I was going to wear this today because I made a promise yesterday. So I hope I'm dressing the part. Now, on that note, I'm going to wish you a really nice conference day, a lot of breakout insights, a lot of plenary insights. So on that note, I will pass it back to the organizers. Thank you.
I think we should keep clapping for Egbert. I'm slightly jealous looking at the way he's dressed. He's wearing it well, isn't he? All right, at this point, thank you for that opening address, and thank you for the call to action for all practitioners of culture and leaders in organization. If you're not leading your organization, somebody else is leading that organization. At this point, would like to, I'm not that old, it's just, you know. At this point, we'd like to have the summit address by the ambassador of Finland to Nigeria, Her Excellency Ambassador Sana Selin, ably represented by, and this is another coincidence. Do you remember that I said my name is Modukwe Bankole? Okay, so take note. Ably represented by the Honorable Consul of Finland, Mr. Bankole Olorontoba.
Good morning, everyone. It's quite a pleasure to be here. My name is Bankole Olorontoba, and I'm the CEO of the Nigeria Climate Innovation Center and also the Honorary Consul to Finland in Lagos. I'm ably representing my ambassador, Sana Selin, who, as you can see, is unavailably answered, and she has sent her goodwill message. So permit me to read. Good morning, everyone. As the Honorary Consul of Finland in Nigeria, it's my great pleasure to extend warm greetings on behalf of the Ambassador of Finland to Nigeria, Her Excellency Sana Selin, who sends our sincere apologies for not being able to join us today, but also would like to thank the Theculturefactor for the invitation. We are gathered here today to engage on perhaps the most relevant question for all, in today's organization growth. And that question is, how do technology and culture intersect? How do they intersect in driving strategic leadership, sustainable growth, and innovation within our countries and organizations? Finland has long recognized that culture is not just been a backdrop to business, it's a very strong strategic asset. And culture shapes how we interpret, apply information, collaborate with others, and also set goals for ourselves. Moreover, in today's interconnected world, understanding and respecting culture and its nuances is very essential for meaningful collaborations. And for us to be able to achieve sustainable success around the world, it is also important that we all understand each other's culture and each other's nuances as well. This is very true because, again, when you see how businesses expand across different cultures and globes, as many Finnish businesses do, you can see that some of this digitization and inclusive well-being founded on shared trade priorities and values. Nigeria's dynamic market and young, talented, and diverse population holds immense potential for innovation, making it an attractive partner for many Finnish companies across the world. Nonetheless, it is equally halfway around the world, and that's for Finland. And Finns rarely know much about Nigerian culture, practices, or business norms, making expansion to the Nigerian market a bit daunting. The Embassy of Finland, alongside our colleagues at the Business Finland, and myself as the Honorary Consul, we are all stationed here in Lagos, and we play a key role in facilitating entry by introducing Finnish companies to the Nigerian market, and also by helping Finnish companies understand the cultural context, and knowing that sometimes giving 500 naira is not bribe, it's just dash money. Because sometimes we get that question a lot, like, do I have to give something? I said, dude, it's just say thank you, that's all. We're not bribing anybody. All right, so we have cultivated diverse network of brilliant local partners as experts, ranging from Lagos all the way down to Sokoto, and with whom we support newcomers in finding their footing. One such success story is our host, Theculturefactor, a pioneering Finnish enterprise that embodies our commitment to cultural intelligence, which we've identified, thank you, which we've identified as a driver of strategic leadership and innovation. We are proud to have supported their journey into Nigeria, and with the first Africa regional office opening in Lagos in 2019, and to see their growth across the continent. Now I hear Rwanda, I hear Uganda, I hear that whole axis of East Africa. A round of applause for Theculturefactor again. As with all sectors, technology is elevating international business and drastically restructuring organizations. Technology, whether it is artificial intelligence, ICT, or emerging tools, we have identified that these can boost innovation and streamline operations through assisted decision-making, administration, and efficient information management. It can equally amplify cultural understanding, break down language barriers, and promote intercultural connectivity. Now we see Afrobeats being played in Korea. We have Koreans, doing exports to come and experience Afrobeats in Nigeria. And this shows you clearly how culture interests different people who might never connect with your country. But through digital interface, technology, we can see that everyone around the world enjoys Afrobeat. And again, we want to welcome you to Dirty December, this December as well. In all its wealth, it equally disrupts and shapes culture. This is technology now. And technology has a culture of its own that demands future-ready leaders to understand and to leverage it to foster innovative and dynamic and diverse organizations. Building strong cultural platforms are not just ethical imperatives, they are competitive advantages. Today, we have a rare opportunity to learn and to exchange on these thematics, surrounded by a multicultural array of leading experts and thought leaders. The Embassy of Finland, with an unwavering commitment to strengthening cultural capacity for inclusive and sustainable growth, wish you all and the whole delegation from across the world a fruitful and inspiring conference. And we want to thank you for coming and also thank you for your attention. Kiitos.
Can we put our hands together one more time for Mr. Bankole Oloruntobah? Thank you so much for that. And if you're not Nigerian and you don't understand the concept of Dirty December, look for a Nigerian around you and ask them, what's this all about? So that you can take that back home with you this December. All right. So we're moving forward on in our proceedings for today. You know, Egbert in his speech earlier mentioned that with culture, you are either being in Lagos traffic, you're either driving or being driven. And it's the same with culture. And I hope it's not a comment about my driving today, Egbert, because I had to drive him here this morning. So was I driving or was I being driven? I drove, right? Thank you very much. But, you know, it brings an interesting subject because it said it's the same with culture. Are we being intentional in shaping the culture that we want for our organization? Or is culture just happening and forming without our input? And I once heard the definition of culture as culture being leadership behavior cascaded downwards. So we know, or we've heard many times, that culture is leadership responsibility. And to talk to us a bit about the executive perspective on culture and leadership, we have the Governor of the Central Bank, Mr. Olayemi Kadoso, ably represented today here by the Acting Director of the Human Resource Department, Human Resource Management Department for the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Damina Makut. A round of applause for him, please, as he comes up.
Well, I think if I close at this point, I've gotten much about culture, from the driving to so many things, and the Dirty December, which we are going to explain later for our non-Nigerian friends. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here on behalf of my governor, who will have loved to be here because he gives so much, he takes so much interest in culture. Because as the management experts will say, culture is a strategy for breakfast. Unfortunately, he is not able to be here because of other pressing engagements. So he has sent me to deliver his keynote address on this wonderful occasion. So whatsoever I read here, please just ascribe it to my boss. Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, MFR. The Ambassador of the Republic of Finland to Nigeria and Benin Republic, Sana Selin. The Group CEO and Management Team of the Factor Group, Eba Sakam and your team. Esteemed invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It gives me a great pleasure to join you at this important conference on culture and technology, blueprints for future-ready organizations. I commend the Theculturefactor for convening this dialogue, one that lies at the intersection of where organizations are today and what they can aspire to become. My remarks today offer a perspective from the Central Bank of Nigeria, that's the CBN, on how we are integrating the powerful forces of culture and technology into our coherent blueprint for the future and how leadership is driving that. I'm going to tell you about this in 4 parts. The first part is the power of culture. When we talk about culture, We often think of it as something intangible, merely visible, as seen in our values, our habits, our way of doing things, our artifacts. But in truth, culture is the heartbeat of every institution. It defines how we think, how we respond, how we treat each other, and ultimately, how we deliver on our goals. At the CBN, we recognize that culture is not peripheral, but it is foundational. Without the right culture, even the best systems can fail. But with an optimal and aligned culture, we can turn challenges into very great opportunities. Our focus over the past year has been to rekindle a culture anchored on integrity, innovation, collaboration, and excellence. We have redefined how we lead, communicate, and hold ourselves accountable, because transformation begins with people and takes root in culture. To institutionalize this, we established the Change and Culture Transformation Unit, which reports directly to my office. And the members of that office, some of them are here. Please, can you rise? So these are part of the team members that are helping us drive the culture process in CBN. Please have your seat. The mandate of this unit is to embed our shared values of impact. And by impact is integrity, meritocracy, professionalism, accountability, courage, and tenacity in the fabric of the CBN. These are not just words. They are behaviors that drive a high-performing organization. The second part is technology as a catalyst. If culture is the heart of an organization, then technology is its nervous system, connecting, accelerating, and amplifying our impact. At the CBN, we have embraced technology not just in our systems, but in our mindset and through initiatives like Dog Flow System and the MDS Naira Payment Solution. We have digitized workflows, reduced paper use, enhanced transparency, and improved efficiency. So for us, the Dog Flow is, you don't need to print anything, just run all memos and everything through up to approval, and then it comes back to you. So that has really revolutionized things in the CBN. Similarly, we have launched the Electronic Foreign Exchange Matching System, a major reform that digitizes and unifies forex trading, bringing greater integrity and efficiency to market. Alongside this, the Nigerian Foreign Exchange Code now sets clear ethical and governance standards for forex market participants. Together, these reforms are restoring credibility and discipline to one of the most critical segments of our financial system. We are also modernizing our data infrastructure to enhance analytics, improve forecasting, and support our transition towards inflation targeting. With richer data and faster insights, we can make more proactive, evidence-based policy decisions. Across the bank, automation has freed our people from repetitive tasks, enabling them to focus on innovation, problem solving, and strategic thinking, because technology at its best should not replace people, but empower them to do their work better. The third part is leadership in times of change. Leadership in times of change demands the courage to make bold decisions and give clarity to inspire belief. Upon assuming office, we set out not just to review policies, but to reshape the bank's internal architecture to ensure purpose, agility, and accountability. A major milestone was the introduction of a new strategic direction for the bank, which led to the restructuring of the bank's organizational structure and made it necessary to reshape the organizational culture to better align with strategic priorities. We had to make tough decisions, but necessary ones, to reposition the bank for the future and ensure that every part of our organization is fit for purpose. We also established a standalone compliance department to strengthen market conduct and governance, complemented by our 10-point reform agenda to enhance transparency, stability, and credibility. From new capital requirements for deposit money banks to reforms in the forex market, we have taken decisive steps to restore confidence, discipline, and trust. The fourth part is building a future-ready organization. Beyond systems and structures, we have emphasized openness, collaboration, accountability, and that our people are our most critical assets, thereby building a stronger, more agile, and credible central bank. We understand that being future-ready is not a choice, it is a necessity. The world around us is changing rapidly, and we must not keep pace, but set the standards for agility, innovation, and excellence in public service. We are embedding artificial intelligence into our systems to strengthen analysis and decision-making, while investing in capacity building to ensure our people can harness these technologies effectively and responsibly. Our goal is to use technology to enhance, but not to replace human intelligence. We have repositioned innovation as a core function within our strategy and innovation management department, ensuring creativity and forward thinking are essential to our operations. A major outcome of this shift in the CBN Innovation Hub is the CBN Innovation Hub, and that's a platform for experimentation, collaboration, and co-creation of ideas that can redefine central banking in Africa and the globe. Ultimately, being future-ready is about transforming today, asking ourselves, how can we serve better? How can we think differently? And how can we leave this institution stronger than we found it? Every innovation we embrace, every skill we build, and every system we strengthen brings us closer to that goal, that is a central bank that is resilient, forward-looking, and built to thrive in the future. Call to action. As the organizations represented in this room look ahead, my charge is that you make this conference a decision point, a shift from intention to implementation. Let us return to our institutions with a renewed resolve to strengthen governance, embrace innovation, and build organizational cultures that enable excellence at every level. The true measure of our progress will not be in the systems we adopt, but in the values that guide their use. We must therefore commit to building organizations that are disciplined in execution, transparent in conduct, and transformative in impact. The future will belong to those who align purpose with performance and culture with technology. In conclusion, successful organizations are built on people. That's their dedication. Behind every system and policy are humans, the people who show up daily to make a difference. Leadership, therefore, must be empathetic, listening as much as it directs. At the CBN, we have seen the power of engagement, of celebrating small wins, and of building trust, one conversation at a time. Culture and technology may seem like opposing worlds. One is human, the other is digital. But in truth, they are two sides of the same coin. The future belongs to institutions that blend both seamlessly. Organizations that are innovative yet humane, efficient yet empathetic, disciplined yet dynamic. Thank you very much for your rapt attention. God bless.
So that was the presentation by the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria on executive perspective, culture, and leadership. I was just thinking that it's not culturally appropriate to leave our guests guessing what is Dirty December. Am I correct? So who wants to know what Dirty December? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Okay. So first of all, this is not, so this is not dirty. So it's not D-I-R-T-Y. It is D-E-T-T-Y. If only you know. I can't even, English is not, there's no appropriate word in English to represent, oh, my dirty. Exactly. It's going to be dirty. All right. So what is this Dirty December about? There's no need. We have AI to help us. So let me read so this is not my perspective now. This is a global perspective beyond AI, yeah. So it says, Dirty December in Lagos refers to the period of extensive festivities, concerts, and parties held throughout December and into the new year, drawing both locals and the diaspora for celebrations. It's a cultural phenomenon characterized by a high volume of events, nightlife, and a significant economic boost for the city, attracting tourists and increasing revenue in sectors like hospitality and entertainment. The new events like the Shakara Festival are also being introduced to add to the lineup. What must you expect during Dirty December? Concerts and festivals, a wide range of music concerts, award shows, and cultural festivals like the new Shakara Festival take place. Nightlife. Lagos experiences vibrant nightlife with rooftop parties and other social events. This Owambe tonight is the kickoff of that Dirty December. Cultural events. Beyond parties, it's a time for family reunions and cultural homecoming, especially for those who have traveled from abroad. Economic activities, we'll skip that, and we go to the food. Expect a wide variety, a wide array of Nigerian culinary experiences from traditional dishes, like pounded yam and Nigerian spicy jollof rice to street food. So, if you haven't attended Dirty December before, I'll advise you to make this, your stay in Lagos, a near experience for Dirty December. However, I will encourage you to come back, but please do plan ahead. And I'm not kidding. The hotels get booked out early, very quickly. And I mean, it's just one party rolling into another party, rolling. YOLO, you only live once. Make Dirty December a stamp on your calendar. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to invite Michael Compare, Michael, for the next activity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You don't even have to go back, just stay. Right? Just keep your hotel rooms, because if you leave, you're not going to get it again. All right, very quickly, before we break for tea, we're about to do that very soon. We want to specially recognize some organizations, 4 of them specifically, for some work they have done related to culture transformation. We call it the Culture Transformation Excellence Award. Interesting enough, on this list, we have 3 central banks. And we are excited to have journeyed with these central banks on their culture transformation journey. The first one, of course, the beautiful, amazing people of the Central Bank of Nigeria. A round of applause for them. Championing culture in amazing ways. And next on the list, we have the people from the National Bank of Rwanda. Yeah, ably represented here as well. I saw Rita earlier. And then, last but certainly not the least, the amazing people from the Pearl of Africa, they say, the Bank of Uganda. These three central banks have been on the forefront, driving their culture, not being driven, leading transformation actively and engaging the people to create meaningful connections to drive what they do. And certainly not the least, we have as well, for special recognition on their culture journey, an organization we've worked with as well and has seen a lot of strides in their transformation journey, Chi Limited. Chi Limited, I think they're represented here. Anybody from Chi Limited here? I know they're setting up outside. I don't know if they're in here. So very quickly, I would like to invite up the group CEO for the Culture Factor Africa, Mr. Egbestrom, to help with the presentations. Thank you so much. So team, can we get help with this podium so that we can take some pictures as they come up to get their awards? Thank you so much. All right, first on the list, we would like to invite a representative from the Central Bank of Nigeria to receive their award. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pictures coming? Thank you. Amazing. I think the Central Bank of Nigeria has about, if I'm not mistaken, approximately 25 certified culture practitioners within their organization. Certified and practicing. And then next on the list, we have the National Bank of Rwanda. National Bank of Rwanda. Yeah, Rita. Round of applause. Thank you. And on the list, next on the list is the Bank of Uganda. The Bank of Uganda, from the Pearl of Africa itself. Do we have the representative from Chi in here yet? I know I met one of them outside. Thank you so much. I don't think we have the representative. Maybe when they come in, we will make their presentation to them. So you can be on this list as well. We are open as we go on for tea. Please make sure you connect with all the colleagues from Culture Factor, all the practitioners from the many organizations sitting close to you are different practitioners, certified practitioners by the Culture Factor, so you can engage with them, speak with them, talk about your culture journey as an organization, and they will be sure to support you in driving that. Thank you so much, Egbert, for the presentation. Thank you so much. Amazing work these organizations have done. Amazing work, and we look forward to seeing more and more of that within all across the continent. All right, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for tea now. Tea is served outside, just out the corridor close to the registration booth. Like Egbert said earlier, culture is the unseen, unheard, unwritten. It's about connection. So make sure you spend this time connecting with people as you have tea. So just for about 15 minutes, I guess. Sorry? Oh, they're exiting through that way. Yeah. So for about 15 minutes, let's have tea. We come back and we continue our journey. Thank you so much. So let's be back by 10:20. 10:20. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Hope that you had a good time networking, which is one of the outcomes that you'd want from this conference. Just a bit of housekeeping. Who came in late? Access to the conference brochure is by scanning this QR code, just right behind your tag, your name tag. So we'll give a few seconds to get everyone on board so that we can have access to the conference brochure or brochure, depending on where in the world you're from. So a few seconds for us to get through that. We will also, in a few seconds, be projecting the Culture Compass, a link to the Culture Compass, as promised. You know, part of culture and value is a subset of your culture. And one thing I've noticed about our global CEO is that once he says something, he always keeps his promise. So he's been whispering, I promised that people would have this. Can we share it again? So this is keeping to the promise. But what I would like for us to do so that we don't confuse it, the conference brochure is right behind your tag. And then we'll give a few minutes, depending on, it's so difficult to tell jokes when you're in a culturally diverse, depending on where you bought your phone from. Thank you for laughing. I think I might actually do very well as a comedian. Do you think so? Will I make money? Should I abandon culture? All right. I can joke about culture. Okay, I like to put the fun in my work, so that would work. So please, on the screen projecting now is the link to the Culture Compass. Kindly go ahead and do the needful by filling it. We'll give a few minutes for that before we go into our next session, which is the fireside chat. Oh, Dan, I've gone and done it now. I left my glasses, but let's see. I promise you I'm 18 years old, and my eyes are 20/20. So this fireside chat will be speaking on African central banks leading exemplary transformation. And we have representatives from the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Bank of Uganda who will be coming up shortly. Again, we're giving a few seconds so that I see phones are still up so that we can capture the QR code or scan, as it may be. Can we have the code up again, please? Thank you. I'm so tempted to tell a joke. And my brain is telling me, Mo, don't dare. Don't dare, because they won't laugh and I will be so embarrassed. Should I make an attempt? How much are you going to pay me extra? Yeah, 50% of nothing is nothing, okay? But it's always good to volunteer, especially when you have passion for a project and you've actually seen the impact. And I am a living testimony of how especially organizations actually do benefit when they go through this culture transformation. So having said that, Amina.
If you want your management to listen to you, you must be able to offer or provide responses to tell them how you feel.
It's going to take time to transform this institution.
no return journey. And so it is really a great pleasure.
Improve service delivery. The cultural transformation program continues holder-centric mindset that promotes empathy, collaboration, and proactive information more accessible to the general public, and sustain staff to champion transformation and foster collaboration across all the units. Regular team sessions now enhance accountability and reduce that silo loyalty. Departments and branches host knowledge sharing sessions and collaboration forums to encourage that openness and continuous learning. Social initiatives such as Fun Fridays,
on our policies or systems, but in fact on our optimal culture, or the fact that we've been able to raise the stakes on service.
Thank you very much, and thanks for your patience on this.
Good morning once again. I think she has said it. I saw the results in 2023, I think, when it was being presented. And I remember I was in the room, and many of the things we are doing. Like I've had the governor say in a public forum that he met some things that were working very well. And that for such kind of things, we just ensure that if there are ways to improve them, then fine. For the ones that were not working well, then we take a look at.
Good morning, everyone. My question is to leaving people behind. So what I can say here is that we really need to monitor and ensure you audit how the changes are happening, what's not happening, are there still pockets of resistance, and why are people resisting? Is it because they don't have the tools? Is it because they don't have the knowledge? So it is an ongoing, continuous endeavor so that you definitely do not lose. Yeah, but the patterns are there. Not everyone adopts at the same time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So as we wrap up, we're going to wrap up with a piece of advice from each of you. So maybe I will go with the lady first, with Priska first, and then I'll go to Damina. If another public institution in Uganda or anywhere else comes to you, to say they want to do this, what one piece of advice, one lesson you will give them to help them, avoid some of the headaches you went through? So what is one thing you will tell them, make sure you do this?
Say the what?
No, I'll start with you, and then I'll go back to you.
Okay, so first thing I would say is that to appreciate that culture is the fuel that drives strategy. So don't say you have a strategy and then you forget that culture drives it. So you have to ensure that our culture supports the delivery of the strategy. And you do that by doing a diagnostic. First of all, what is the actual culture and what is that optimal culture that will deliver the strategy? Where are the gaps? You need to close those gaps. And then also to know that it shouldn't be one-off or peripheral activity that you do. You need to embed it in your strategy as a strategic imperative, as an objective, as a continuous improvement area. You have to have the KPIs, how you measure that you're achieving the results that you set out to do. You have to monitor and evaluate and report so that it becomes something that is embedded in at all levels of the organization, at the corporate level, at the departmental level, at the individual level, so that there is an aggregation of performance across board. And then, of course, finally, to advise that it is not a sprint, it is a journey. Sometimes you don't see whether you're doing is impacting anything, but you need to know that this is a journey and it's a marathon. You have to go on and keep improving until the impact is realized. Thank you.
Okay, just to add to what she has said, she's spoken a lot, and I'm sure we can take that to even just go home. But it's good to add that the leadership should also model the kind of culture it thinks that it wants to see. Because people learn majorly by what they see and not what is said. Of course, change does not kill. Change only makes us better if it was a positive change that we determined to carry out. So whatever positions we may have held, it is good to also give a shift, especially when we have the experts telling us what it should have been, and then we can look at that and use it well. We shouldn't pay lip service, because again, many times we have things written down on paper. For example, when we talk about corruption all over, I've not seen an institution that wrote down things that did not speak against corruption and other things. We always will say we want integrity, we want this, we want that. But when we check the system, what do we actually see? So lip service is what we should always try to avoid. And then maybe to add to what she said again, we should find a way of rewarding those that have actually modeled the culture that we want to see. And once we are public sector, we need to always remember that we are there to serve the people. And we must do all that we need to do to give them what they deserve, not what we think that they deserve. Thank you.
Could we put our hands together again, a round of applause for Priska Ampumuza, Director of Strategy and Innovation at the Bank of Uganda. Let's appreciate her again, if you don't mind. Priska Ampumuza, Director of Strategy and Innovation at the Bank of Uganda. And of course, Mr. Damina Makut, Acting Director, Human Resources at the Central Bank of Nigeria. Thank you so much for making time to be with us. I think we have a very important announcement, but they want us to have a picture before we go. So we'll have a picture moment, and then we'll have the moderators back on the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we put our hands together one more time for them? Lots of insights and valuable learnings from their conversations. Thank you so much. All right. So that was really insightful. Thank you so much, Damina. Thank you so much, Priska. Thank you for those learnings, and really excited to have been part of that journey together with you on this work that you're doing, this great work. Thank you so much. We are going to take these conversations deeper, right? And not just having this big plenary, so that you can have time to ask questions. And if I could also add, those of you who wanted to ask questions you didn't get to, maybe during lunch you can walk up to some of the speakers and just engage them and ask them some of the questions you did not get to bring out openly. And they will be happy, I'm sure, to respond to you. All right, can we put up the slides for the breakout rooms? We're about to break into different rooms to have deeper conversations on different aspects of culture. I know for those of us that had registered beforehand, we had selected some topics to discuss, so we have them shown on the screen. There are different halls, meeting rooms in the hotel, so we're going to have to step out of the hall. Which exits are we using? The exit over there, the same one we used to go to tea. You just step out there and walk into the hotel. The hotel staff security have been guided to guide you to the right locations for the breakout room. So we go in and to these different meeting halls. In front of the meeting rooms as well, we have pasted the titles of the discussions that will be had in the different rooms. So just locate the right one for you and join that session to have a conversation. Right? A bit of information for me. All right. So we have the different breakout rooms. The screen is not so bright, so I'm just going to read it out. In the Apapa room, where we're going to have Mark Jacobs, Belal Honato, Velari Brondo, and Ejemen Okoje, who are going to be talking about building intercultural competencies within international teams. Building intercultural competencies within international teams. And then in the main hall, which is this hall, we are going to be having Dr. Okeokere. We're going to be having Oluwakemi Banjo, Agnes Ibarra, and Rita Owera talking about the corner office conversation. They're going to create a corner office for you to have some conversations here. So selling culture transformation to public sector leaders, a central bank perspective. So we're going to have that conversation. Oluwakemi is from the Central Bank of Nigeria. Agnes Ibarra is from the Bank of Uganda. And Rita is from the National Bank of Rwanda. And then in Lekki room, where Michael Davis, which is myself, John Chirian, Ashley Mutaka, and Oluwato Sinfada Onsi would be, we'll be talking about the lonely road, how to spark culture change when you're the only one pushing. So interesting conversation to have in that room. And then in the final room, certainly not the least important room, we have the Ikoyi room where we'll have Egbert Stram. We're going to have Philip Lefebvre. We're going to have Dr. Zayan Gong and Real One Alebiosu talking about lost in translation. When technology misses the cultural mark. When technology misses the cultural mark. It's about connections. And there are lots of people here sitting beside you to the left and to the right. For the next 2 minutes, we're going to give you time to connect, right? So that we move. I know we're talking about culture and technology, but in the morning, someone made that statement and said, do we want to spend the rest of our lives or most of our lives staring at our phones? Or do we want to connect with people? Now, we're here for culture, and we know it means we believe connections are important. So let's be intentional, and for the next 2 minutes, make some connection. So turn to someone beside you, connect with them, preferably someone who is not from your organization, right? Maybe even not from your continent or from your nationality. And just engage them for a bit. Yeah, let's do that. I'm going to ask questions afterwards, so make sure you do. I'm looking around and seeing some people not doing it. I'm going to bring the mic to you and have you talk to me about the connections you made. "72 more seconds." Maybe you'll be picking for me. You'll be telling me who to pick. Odupe, how many more seconds should I give them? I can see lots of engagement. Maybe they've not finished sharing their cards and details. I should be connecting to, actually. Let me see, who don't I know yet? All right, all right. All right, all right. Oh, we keep it rolling. I've been told you're doing such a good job, I should give you more time. So maybe I will start asking some questions now to see if you truly connected with them. Did you just get their names and what they did? Or did you form some kind of connections that can outlast this conference? You got the cards. Do you know their favorite color? Do you know their best meal? Right? Do you know their favorite locations? I'm trying to reinforce a dimension of culture called collectivism. That's that? Okay. All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for connecting with your... You see, we are Nigerians. If there's no noise like this, we are not happy. We like it bubbling. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the time you've spent connecting with the people around you. And that's one of the big things about collectivism. When you open the roads to it in Nigeria, we connect so deeply that we forget to come back. All right, can I get your attentions one more time? Ladies and gentlemen, if we could be seated for a bit. Oh, you still want to continue making the connections? Oh, okay. To the breakout session. Okay, no, there is just one more announcement before we head out. Just one more announcement. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. All right. While we were connecting, we were graced with the presence of the Honorable Minister for Trade and Investment in Nigeria, ably represented in this place today. Before we go, we'll just get a few remarks before we go to our breakout rooms. But I said you should make connections. So who wants to volunteer to tell me about a connection they made? Let me see hands. I'll take 2 or 3. Oh, no, I'll not mention your name so that I can make new connections with you. When Esther, just over there, Monia raised her hand, right? You're trying to recall the names you got. So Monia, who did you connect with? And what kinds of connection did you make?
Okay, good morning. I connected with Mina. Her name is Amina.
Okay.
But I'm blessed to, she said I must just call her Mina.
Okay.
Interestingly, I work for an electricity distribution company, and she works for the oil and gas. So I was just asking her about this guy that is now trying to invest in Namibia, Dangote. He's going to build a big refinery in Namibia. So we're just chatting about how they are our competitors in terms of electricity, because we are still, our product is coal. Yeah, so interesting.
Yeah. So I'm sure you're glad I did that, right?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I'll send you an invoice later. All right, let me see if I can take one more from this side. Any volunteers before I called you? Before I call you up. There was an interesting comment I got. Jay. Yes, please, can you give the mic to Jay? Thank you, Jay.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
So I met this very beautiful lady wearing the blue suit right in front of me. And once I said my name, she said, "Oh, we are connected on LinkedIn." I'm like, "Well, random what?" And she finally also explained that she had worked in the company I work in now, IHS Towers, and we have so many connections in between. So I was pretty excited, and I'm looking forward to building the relationship. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. A round of applause for all of you for doing this exercise. Thank you for obliging me and doing it. So right about now, just very quickly before we go into the breakout session, we'd like to have just a few remarks from Our Excellency, the Minister for Trade and Investment for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here by the Special Advisor to the Honorable Minister for Industry, Trade and Investment, and the National Coordinator for the National Talent Export Program, in the presence of Mrs. Teju Abisoye. Thank you so much. Over here, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's such a privilege to be here. And I will start with, Oswald made me laugh on my way up, so I'm trying to. But today I want to recognize, it's a privilege to be here, and I want to recognize you of the culture group from Finland, the representatives from Central Bank of Nigeria, Uganda, and Rwanda Development Bank. I will start by thanking the organizers and the leadership of the Theculturefactor group and the entire team for convening this defining platform for Africa's culture and creative innovators, and to especially recognize from the minister, her brother and her friend, Chukwuka the CEO. I would never have thought that would catch me, but the CEO of Race Cost Capital for bringing us together. Let me welcome you formally and warmly to Lagos, Nigeria, and to Cultures Factor first global conference in Africa. Nigeria is really indeed honored to be the host nation of this historic gathering. This year alone, Lagos and other Nigerian cities have hosted some of conference and venture capital summit to GITEX, and just last month, we hosted the Event series here in Lagos. We'll add to that Lagos Fashion Week, the ArtX Lagos going on right now. Hope you're able to visit many of these events. And more exciting things are ahead. In 2026, we will be hosting CANEX, a continental celebration of African creativity and innovation across the continent. We recognize that the future of trade will be built on identity and innovation. Countries win in the global economy, not only because of what they produce, but because of what they represent. Since Festac 77, Nigeria's culture capital has evolved from mere influence into economic leverage. Our diversification strategy is not about shifting sectors, but is about shifting power. Under Mr. President's 8-point agenda, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment is leading on item 7, which is accelerating diversification through industrialization. Exports have grown by over 21%, powered by innovators in technology, manufacturing, agriculture, digital services. We talk about EdTech, a unified national framework to protect, commercialize, and enforce intellectual property rights. That would be our national intellectual property policy and strategy going forward. The NIPPS establishes a coherent ecosystem that connects innovators, creators, researchers, and financial institutions, turning in Nollywood, Afrobeats, fashion, and Nigerian cuisine have opened doors that trade missions alone could never, ever open. They give us instant trust. Have you had jollof rice? Puff puff? Have you seen Fela? You should go. It gives us instant trust. And, you know, that's our identity. It's our food, it's our culture, and honestly, market access. And today, we're converting that, our cultural capital, into investments and exports. The National Theatre is not just a building. For us, it's an export factory. It's where stories are going to become brands. Brands are going to become industries, and industries are going to enter global markets. We're repositioning Nigerian businesses as continental champions. So the AFCFTA is not just a trade agreement, it's a marketplace of 1.4 billion people. The largest market by country and size. by number of markets and the number of people. Nigeria intends to supply that market with goods, with services, with culture, with talent, and of course, technology. The legacy we're building is very clear. Nigeria no longer exports only commodities, but exports creativity, enterprise, and confidence. A Nigeria that sets the pace for African trade. A Nigeria that shapes global cultural imagination. We're driving digital trade under AFCTA as well, and it's been an exciting year for us, serving as digital co-champion of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. The AFCFTA is not only reshaping trade rules and protocols, it is redefining the culture and organizational DNA of how Africa does business. So we did begin in 2025, April, with data. We conducted Africa's first national survey of digital services firm, a comprehensive mapping of Nigeria's digital ecosystem. And building on that, last month we convened very high-level roundtable, bringing together Nigerian firms and regulators from Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Rwanda, and South Africa. Through this, we established a regional regulator work group to sustain collaboration beyond the event. We hope to one of the things that will come out of that is also our entry guides into these markets for Nigerian businesses. By mapping consumer sentiments, local behaviors, supply chain realities, we are making cultural understanding measurable and actionable. Our goal is to continue to work together through digital trade platforms, surveys, and consumer mapping to make cross-border collaboration faster, smarter, and more inclusive. In conclusion, for us, as we implement AFCFTA, let us remember, integration is not only about tariffs and transport corridors, it's really about people, purpose, and shared prosperity. The future of trade will belong to those who see culture not as a barrier, but as a bridge. Thank you for listening. These are the remarks of the Honorable Minister, Industry, Trade, and Investment. Thank you very much.
Oh, wow. Michael, would you join me up here, please? It's getting hot in here. I am unashamedly very gender biased when I see a beautiful, intelligent, composed, articulate woman. I have to give it to that person. So if you do agree with me in this hall, please put your hands together. All right. Thank you very much for delivering very well the Honorable Minister's speech. At this point in time, we're going to go to our breakout session.
All right, so very quickly, can we put it up again, the breakout rooms, so that people can see where they're going? So there are the Apapa room, the main hall where we are right now, the Lekki room and the Ikoyi room. So please just exit the hall through the exit over here, the same one we used for tea, and then just walk straight down to the hotel. You have to enter the building, and the security will guide you. You'll see signs that leads you towards the breakout room area. And in front of each room, we have the list or the names of the topics that will be had there and the speakers. So if we could just do that very quickly. And for the next 1 hour, we'll be having that conversation. Then we will return here after 1 hour. So the time now is 12:23. So we will be returning by 1:30. Let's round it up. Make it a full 1:30, right? It gives us some time to walk over there and walk back. So 1:30, we are back here. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's proceed to the breakout room. Thank you very much for your time so far.
I'm working as the Deputy Director in charge of performance, reward, and culture. And my role on the culture transformation, we had, I think like Priska spoke earlier, as a bank, we came up with a culture transformation initiative team to run this whole culture transformation. So I am heading the team, the project team. I have some of my members here, and we're a team of 10, but we also have about 100 culture ambassadors we're working with. And I'm also a culture practitioner, yeah, of, with the Theculturefactor. Yeah, we've worked with them, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you.
Round of applause for her as well. Thank you. And Oluwakemi Banjo, KOB.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I've got a mix of private and public sector experience. I trained with one of the big four, switched to consulting from audits, and then joined the public sector initially to explore. And I stayed back because I could immediately see the impact of my work on the Nigerian economy, and I think that's just priceless. I've been with the Central Bank of Nigeria now over a decade. Worked with different governors. I've been privileged to do similar type of work. Initially working as a strategy execution specialist. I've changed roles, moved into development, worked as a strategy advisor on development financing, financial inclusion, that sort of a thing. I'm now very privileged to be leading one of the vehicles of strategy execution, which I believe is organizational culture. What I do really is manage a fantastic group of people who do good work every day, transforming the Central Bank of Nigeria and helping us to be future ready to lead Nigeria's financial industry. We've been working with the Theculturefactor since 2019. Yes. I believe we're one of the first set of people to get certified in Nigeria. The bank has over 25 certified practitioners. We have about 155 certified culture ambassadors. So it's been a long journey for us. We're just excited to be able to share our story with you today. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much. So in case you missed it, or if you got in here by accident, this session is the corner office conversation, selling culture transformation to public sector leaders, a central bank perspective. And lest I forget, we have a rapporteur in our midst. What we mean by a rapporteur is somebody who is observing the session and will summarize the session to the plenary session. So feel free to ask your questions. I'll start with a statement about why we have this session. Culture transformation in the public sector often begins with convincing the most skeptical audience, the senior leadership. So drawing from real-world insights inside the central bank, this session unpacks how to frame culture change in terms of risk, performance, and public trust. So if you're here, you will discover techniques to gain executive buy-in, to navigate bureaucratic resistance, and translate abstract culture goals into concrete leadership priorities. These amazing ladies on the stage with me, they have been there, done that, got the t-shirt, worn it, and given it to others. So they have the experience, and we're going to be learning from their experience. So who do I start with? Should I go to the left or the right? Agnes, let me start with you. What arguments resonate most with senior leaders when discussing culture change? Is it risk? Is it performance? Or is it trust? Which of these, or any other one that might not be named, where do you start from when you're talking to them about culture change? Risk, performance, trust? Where do we start from?
I think I'll start from performance. Performance, because usually they ask, why? Why should we change our, the culture? What is it, what is it going to do for us? So you have to show them that, there's going to be an improvement, there's going to be a correlation with the performance. It has to be aligned to the, the strategic goals. because you measure your performance from your strategic goals. So the argument that best I think we found, at least in the Bank of Uganda, is that we aligned the culture. We looked at how the culture transformation will be aligned to the strategic goals and therefore improve the performance. So that was the route that we took, looking at the strategy, looking at the performance. Are we going to be able to drive, what culture is going to drive this strategy, this new strategy? Because like fortunately Priska was here earlier, like she said, it started with a new strategy, the strategy for the 22-27. So we had to find out, we have a strategy in place. How are we going to achieve this strategy? What is going to lead to this, for us to achieve, to perform? So the culture that will drive the strategy is what we needed to know. And that was where we started from, the aligning of the goals.
So performance.
Performance.
KOB.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so I find that all three are important conversation starters. And because we've done this twice, we speak to all three of them, but then we would typically arrange them in the order of the agenda, let me say, the preference of whoever is governor. In 2021, at the time, we were focused a lot on improving performance as a bank. And so everything, I mean, the big tagline was, we have a strategy, it's viable, we need humans to be able to deliver this strategy. Culture is what makes them do that. You would notice that in 2023, 24, our vision as a bank changed. Now we want to be the trusted and respected central bank. And so we tend to start the conversation now from, look, see, trust doesn't happen. Trust is earned. And if you're going to earn trust, then there's certain behavior traits that need to be on ground. The people have to be a certain way. But ultimately, we have to tie it still to performance because it still has to make sense, right? Culture is only viable and useful when it helps you to deliver on your engagement. So we've always done a play of all three of them, whether it's risk, depending on who we're speaking with, really. Yes.
Thank you. So performance and, in your case, risk and performance and trust. So no, trust, sorry. You said trust.
Performance,
trust.
Risk, all three, depending on who we're speaking with.
Okay. And Rita?
Yes, I totally agree with what the other panelists have said. And what I can add on is the evidence. What is the evidence that you're showing us on the side of the senior leaders that they're able to believe everything that you're saying? And coming from the National Bank of Rwanda, we have seen this evidence from the time way back in 2009 when the president visited the bank. It was just an impromptu visit. And one of his statements was like, if you're here and you're a public servant, when you're out there, what do they see? What are you giving them? What are you giving the country? And coming from that, there was a very big reflection and everything was turned around. In 10 years, from automation that we earlier had from the National Bank of Nigeria, automation, digital transformation, training, and the mindset change for the leaders had an impact on the policy change. It had an impact on how we transact throughout the bank and in the country. So only that was evidence enough to show how the inflation was being maintained in a single digit. The evidence showed how the expertise of the staff was being brought to table. So only showing them the numbers and the evidence is one of the ways that can help in convincing a culture change.
Fantastic. So evidence. So I hear performance, trust, evidence. Thank you very much. My next question, and this one, Rita, I will start with you. In a highly scrutinized bureaucratic system, what is the most effective way to demonstrate that culture change is not a risk, but a risk mitigator? So basically, how do we convince the senior leaders that culture change is a strategic asset, that it is not a risk you're taking, but rather an attempt to mitigate the risk?
It's a tough one, given that we come from a very rigid, I must say, setup and very bureaucratic. So one of the ways is to be very tactful by showing that the culture is not outside the policies that we are doing, outside the regulatory compliance and everything we're doing, but rather integrated within our daily compliances, the data that is being showed, and the way we approach it is to make sure that the internal processes, the discussions and everything else is integrated within the culture, not to view it as something that is outside the operations. Because every time you're having a discussion, you know how there's so many hierarchical levels within the central bank. It is important that we acknowledge that we are from a very bureaucratic environment and a setup, but at the same time, that is our culture. And that culture at some point serves who we are as a central bank. So having it integrated in our daily processes, I think, is something that could help.
Thank you very much. Agnes, same question to you. How do you convince senior leaders that culture change, this is not a risk? This is something we need to mitigate risk.
Thank you. Again, I think I also brought the issue of data. Giving data evidence is very
Data.
important. Yeah, the data. So you have to, you have to show the leaders something. So that's where you conduct surveys. You conduct surveys. They could be the employee satisfaction surveys, and be able to understand, like we did in our case, what is lacking. Why are we not? What do we get? What do we do to be able to achieve? And one of the ways is change the culture. So after you have conducted a survey, then you also have to show the results. And then conduct another survey later and say, we actually conducted a survey. We found we were lacking in this area. We are now improving. And then the next survey should be able to show. And I think that way you'd convince them that it's not necessarily a risk, but it's a risk mitigator. Because, of course, if, like Kemi said here, the issue of trust, if there's a lack of trust in the survey, the staff will show that there's a lack of trust. And then what are you going to do to build this trust? There will be initiatives. So once you're able to come out with the initiatives, and in the next survey, there'll be questions targeting towards that, then you'll be able to show the leaders that, you might not have closed the gap completely, but you've actually handled some of the issues regarding, like the trust, or the risks, where the risks were. So it mitigates risks. Things like turnover. Turnover could be as a result of, the culture. So if you get that and come up with an initiative on how to deal with this turnover, and then you're able to show the leaders that, we handle this and we have seen a low turnover, that would show. So data, you give the data, give the evidence, show them the...
It takes a long time to build. It doesn't happen overnight. And it takes just one fraction of an action to just shatter it over time. So the first thing we do is to say, trust takes time. We're coming from somewhere. Where exactly are we coming from? Where do we want to get to? We want to be the trusted and respected central bank. Okay, so what does that translate to in our daily behaviors? We've been able to identify 6 statements like that. We act with integrity, for instance. We deal professionally, for instance. And then we take each of those statements that we value and translate them into everyday behavior. Okay, the thinking is, if all members of staff were to act in this precise manner, in this exact manner, over time we'll be able to build trust. Trust is also built in quiet moments, okay? So when things are stable, when there's no big burning fire, how do we respond? How are we treating our stakeholder groups, for instance? Is service excellence a thing, or is it just lip service, right? A couple of years ago, if you, for the banks that transact with us, would go into the branches, and because it's such a high-risk environment, if the branch controller was not around and available to sign off on whatever request, we would keep the banks waiting until whenever he came. I don't blame the branch controllers, okay, because we had zero tolerance for frauds and all of that. But then how do we make the customer happy now, even if the branch controller is not around? These are the conversations that we're having. We've made some changes, and we're immediately seeing the traction there. Also, it's the culture. Trust is built through humans, right, when they put it on. So when we recognize the staff that behave in the manner that we would like, in the optimal manner, we find that the social currency that comes along with that also draws other people, and then everyone wants to belong. I think with those, we're able to improve trust.
Rita? Thank you very much, KOB.
Thank you very much, Kemi. She said most of it. I'll only add that when the culture within is strong, then it will call for the outside world credibility to grow. So we can't give what we don't have in the first place. As simple as that. So as we have strong cultures within the organizations, in this case, whatever public institution that you're in, then you will be able to serve your stakeholders, in this case, who are the public, by integrating everything you say in everything you do. Let it be giving out information. How do you communicate? Are you very transparent? How do you serve your clients or your customers? How fast are you? Those two will show that you have them at heart. They will show that indeed you're here to deliver what they request, and in the end, you're able to have that trust that you're looking for and the credibility that you're seeking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Agnes?
Thank you, actually. Kemi and Rita have said most of it. I'll just add on to the communication, because communication is very key in how you demystify the public out there. What do they know about the bank? How will you build trust? Because most times people have ideas about, they have their set ways. They're like, oh, those people are so far. They are doing, they're spending our money. They don't know how it's being spent. So communication is key, and how you communicate. It's important that you communicate to people in a language they understand. We normally have a press release when we are announcing our CBR, the central bank rate. And we've gone ahead after the announcement, which is done in English, which is the national language, one of the national languages. We then go on the radio, on the have talk shows in different languages in the different parts of the country. So you'll find that way you're coming down to the level of the people, and you're able to communicate to them in their language, and there'll be a trust. There's something about a language. We're now back to culture. The language builds some kind of trust. So if you communicate to me in a language that I understand, in my local dialect, then I'll trust you more. So that's one of the ways that you communicate to them in a way they understand. And also being proactive. You don't wait for something to happen, and then you start coming out with, okay, things can happen. There'll be stories, of course, about the bank, the economy. When you see it come out, you don't wait for the social media is fast, but you have to also run out there and start speaking to the people. Maybe have like a holding statement and say, this is what is happening, even if you haven't got all the facts, but the people need to trust that, the economy is sound. Even if there's some rumor out there, you need to come out immediately as a central bank and respond proactively. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So communication, behaviors defined, and you mentioned other things that you can use to tie, trust and so long-term public trust in institutions like central banks. So one more question, and this has to do with the fact that so some central banks experience short-term political cycles. So maybe I should start with KOB on this one. How can culture transformation address the tension between short-term political cycles and the need for long-term institutional trust? So when there are changes in the leadership of the bank, for instance, do these change initiatives, do they stall, or are they continued, and how do you manage that?
And that's an interesting question, seeing that we've experienced that. Just to say, central banks are apolitical, right? But we also have leaders that are tenured. And in our case, in 2023, we had a change. I'd say that the first thing is, with culture transformation, we should always have the goal to position culture as an institutional asset. What I mean by that is, yes, it is tied to strategy. Yes, it is tied to performance. But every public sector organization in Nigeria, in Africa, all over the world, has a mandate that never changes, right? There must be a reason for existence. Now, how we go about achieving whatever that mission or mandate is might differ per time, but what we're essentially trying to do, what each of the agencies, departments, ministries have been set up to do, will hardly change. So when we position culture as an institutional asset, right, we may experience a bit of a stall, but over time, when you're able to, you continue to tell the story, it always gets up. And now I'll share our story. In 2023, we didn't see it coming. We had done a fantastic diagnostic tool. We were full on implementing. We were, you know, cracking the code and pumping things, and everyone was super excited. And then September happened. And we had to literally shut down because then there were reviews of the different initiatives and things that were happening on board. And then when things started happening again, we had to go back and start explaining again why we're doing this thing. Now, officially as a project team, we were not working, but creatively and through the regular bank processes, we continued to push the agenda. So operationally, we kept on pushing some of the wins. Now, we couldn't make a lot of noise about it being culture transformation, but, you know, we kept doing what we were doing. The time came again, right, when we once again got an opportunity to you know, get into the room and have a conversation. So I'd say making it an institutional thing was one of the things that helped us. So we could tell a story. It was a logical story of this is what we were doing, this is why we were doing it, this is what it is delivering. And then if you take it on board as well, this is what it will do for you. We started from there. Also the resilience of everyone who's interested in pushing it. The thing called resistance is a real life thing, and it's big, and sometimes it's gigantus, right? So you've got to be really resilient in the push. And the first time you get a no is not the first time you should turn back. You keep going back, and you keep pushing to get there. The other thing I'd like to say is, sometimes we make these initiatives and projects and we leave it only with the project team members. We have to force multiply. So we need to find as many people speaking up about the culture transformation as we can find. In our case, we have mentioned earlier over 155 culture ambassadors. We have a new crop of leaders, culture navigators. They were formerly ambassadors. Now they are in, you know, more senior roles. So they have even a lot of value they can offer for us. We're spending time empowering the middle layer leaders everywhere, teaching them to understand change, right, and how they manage resistance with the lines. Because say everything you want to say in project mode, people will only trust their leader. That's the person they know. They know how the person behaves, right? So some of these things. And also, then my final point, so that I can allow Risa and Agnes to say something, is we have to creatively find a way to codify culture into the system, the fabric of your organization. What do I mean by that? At little points. So in our onboarding, for instance, everyone who needs to work in public sector has to do asset declaration. One of the quick wins we did was to quickly go and put it in there. So don't wait until you come in. At the time that you're coming in to help you make that shift, at little pockets of spaces in the organization like that, we went ahead and put it in there. So it's codified. So anybody comes, anybody goes, the bank already has it, and then it's an easier sell.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Agnes?
Thank you, Kemi. I've picked a lot from that. Thank you very much. I think one of the ways is, which we spoke about, Priska spoke about earlier, is embedding it in your strategic plan. Because that way then you will have it as part of the strategy. And it will not, you know, it won't run away. It will stay in your face until something is done. And once you put it in the strategic plan, you have to also go ahead and talk about it. Do the awareness, do the sensitization, do the training for all the levels of the, you know, and like you, we also have 100 ambassadors. So you train them, you make sure that they go down and also speak to the people, embed it into everybody's, you know, go and talk about it, such that if there's any changes, people everywhere at every level have had a feel of this. You create an institutional memory that way. There will always be memories. We have had the videos we've taken. These are things that are not going to go away. People will always know that there was a change, there was something that was done. This, you also come up, like in the bank, we are coming up with mentorship clubs. And that is a good one, because that way, people, even when new people come in, there will be people who will talk about how this started, you know. You're mentoring the other people, telling them about the culture that the bank, you can talk about the past and where we are coming from and where we want to be. So that way you have institutionalized it into the, you know, everybody in the bank, and even those who, once people leave, there'll be others coming in and they'll find something in place.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Thank you. And Rita?
Yeah, so we haven't experienced very much political changes, but I would say what we have benefited from in having a culture that is already embedded, that most recently when we had a change of the governor,
Leadership, yeah.
Yes, the leadership, because the other one had served his term, finding a culture that was already strong was a build-up for her to be able to lead and stand in a safe space to talk about culture, and that is where we are here. So in terms of short-term goals and long-term goals, we are currently aligned because, again, we are looking at culture as a continuity business for us. Embedding it in the strategy and revisiting the strategy, it was very timely for us because the time when we were doing the change plan was at a time when we were having the new governor, and there was a time when we were having a new strategy and the digital transformation and the structure review. So all initiatives were aligned because, again, of the foundation we had on the culture. So we are currently still aligned.
Thank you very much, Rita. We're going to open it up now to the audience for questions. We'd like to see if you have any questions. I see Kabiru, a question over there. Lovelace has a question. I have 2 questions. Let me do that again. Going once. If you have a question, may I see your hands up? I've recognized Kabir and Lovelace. Fidelsi, do you have a question? You don't have a question. Going twice. When I say gone, no more questions will be allowed. Okay. 3rd question. What's the name, please? Sorry? Anita. So we have Kabir, we have Lovelace, we have Anita. Going once, going twice, gone. All right. So we're going to take your questions now, but after we take their questions, I'm going to have a last word from each of you. And the last word I'm going to ask you is, if you were to do this differently, tell us one thing that you will do that you did not do, yeah, in terms of pulling the leaders along, and one thing that you did that you will not do again. So what would you do that you did not? So something that you did that you wish you did, and something you wish you did not do. So think about that while the questions are coming up. Kabiru, we're going to start with you. Do we have a spare mic for him? Okay, I'm going to hand over my mic to you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Oke, and thank you, Oluwakemi, and the other panel members. So I actually have 2 questions. I'm trying to see if I can merge them into 2 questions, into one question rather. Number 1, I'd like to commend especially the bankers, CBN and the Bank of Uganda. So, Rwanda. So all of them are central banks. So I know banks, taking a cue from CBN, you have a wide geographical spread. And culture is not easy to replicate in different geographical locations. So I actually work with NMPC, and we have a large, spread in Nigeria. And I know it's difficult to actually have the culture change spread across different business units located differently, probably some even offshore. It's quite a tough task. So I have to commend you for trying to, do a culture program that try to extend to all your business units across different geographical locations. Now, in my own case, for NMPC, it's difficult to get a, culture change project sponsored by top management, normally because we probably have about 5 to 6 previous attempts in the last 20 years for not necessarily culture change, but transformational changes. I know in the 90s we had culture change. In the early 2000s we had a project PACE with Accenture. Currently there's KPMG working. So it's really tough. So my question would be, how do you convince management to sponsor culture change where there have been many previous attempts at change with mixed results? I think I've shared this with, so I'd like to hear it from your own experience. How is it possible to get this easily? So I actually admire how you guys are really, really into it for the past 4, 5, 6 years, and you're still ongoing and you're going strong. I know it must be really tough to get that done. Okay, I think I've mentioned the first one, trying to embed that change, even though your organization is large and you have a high geographical spread. And thank you. Yeah.
Insisted we wanted officers. Now that had never been done. You're nominating officers, but then we pushed. So we had a minimum of 2 representatives from each of the branches, and they would come periodically for meetings. We had to do a lot of things virtually, clearly, because, well, cost was also a thing. But we found a way to make those people excited about the project. Just listening to people talk. I cannot tell you how many focus groups we had. I can tell you we had in 2021, between 2021 and 2022, almost 120, I think 119 workshops, speaking with different stakeholder groups and speaking customized messages to whatever was bothering them. Now, in addition to all of these workshops, we had focus groups. We would just bring people, let's rant and rave and just rant away about all our cultural issues. And then when we finish ranting, we'll say, now, what's the way forward? What do we need to do? Collective ownership. And then the third thing we did was, in addition to doing that, coaching line managers about managing change and what they can expect and how they can best do it. So 3 things. You ask how we've done it. We tried to find collective ownership. We didn't sit in a fantastic room somewhere and craft the culture change. We brought people into the room and got them to speak about what are we going to do, what are we not going to do. So that's fostered a sense of ownership. We had representatives. And then at the workshop, sometimes we would also ask people to nominate anyone that they wanted to speak for them, just in case the ambassador in that unit was not doing a good enough job. So a lot of, in Nigeria, we call it leg walk. Okay, I don't know what the Ugandan leg walk, just moving around and trying to get people on board. Now, to your first question. Wait, what was the first question? Change fatigue. Change fatigue. Can I be brutally honest? I would say sit down and really do a codification of why the ones that worked and the ones that failed. I think that's where to start from. So in our case, we had done Project Eagles, we had done Projects ACE, we had done some of these projects. I mean, we had countless. So every time in the beginning when we said culture transformation, we would hear things like, we have a culture. There's nothing wrong with our culture. What do these people know? All these new people that just joined the bank, right? When we have a culture, this is our culture. And so we'll sit with them and we'll say, yes, this was useful for them. Look at what we're trying to achieve now. If we continue to be this way, can we achieve this now? The other thing we did was to then speak with management. Well, you want a sponsor. You need a sponsor to survive. And you don't need one sponsor. You actually need a collective of sponsors. So you would have your chief sponsor, the person that is difficult to find. But when you find him and he or she says something, everybody aligns. And then you want to find everyday people who can push for you. So I'll tell you something as we went to associations within the organization. So if we knew there was a community of practice here, random example, maybe certified project managers, we would go and find the most influential person in that place and invite them to one of our focus groups and then send them back and say, please take the message for us. We had we have a joint consultative council, right, JCC, the vice president of JCC, and we had this very big tussle with them, back and forth. Eventually, they understood it, right? And then they took the message. So we find pockets of sponsors like that, and not just concentrated in one place. What you want to do is to get as many people that are not you, because they're kind of looking at you like, but then everybody else is speaking on your behalf about it. I think that works. Let Agnes know.
Thank you very much, KOB. Who do we go to?
Sure. About the culture ambassadors, we did exactly the same, because we also have branches all over the country. So we got membership, people from from the different branches. So that was one of the ways. And maybe on the to get the change, or the change fatigue, and also to convince the leaders. I think the data, I go back to the data, you have to have data evidence and show them that, you know what, it has worked. Success stories, show them what has worked before. You can tell them about the stories you've had where it has worked and what, evidence. Even where, even in your own organization, you have carried out some surveys. Give them some data, to show them that this actually works. It's possible, it can be done. You can get data from, I think the Theculturefactor group, they have lots of data. So that's the way to convince them. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much about the data bit, which ties into culture and technology, as a matter of fact. Rita.
Yes, what I can add is you can get someone external to help, convince them to say the things that you cannot say, like partnering with the Theculturefactor. There are things in front of your management you will not say. We must agree, because we know each other and we know where we are falling short. But at the end of the day, we are not all at the same level in the capacity of what we can say. So partnering with the different institutions, starting with the Theculturefactor, is one of the things that can help. Another thing is investing in change management. The assumption that because it is good, then we should understand it is not right, and it will not work. Because it's only you, whether you're in HR or in strategy, that understands the purpose of culture, but not everyone understands it. So change management is key to that. The other thing is going back to the basics, training. So we train, we teach and tell them this is just to understand. One thing that comes out from training is the awareness that actually we shouldn't be convincing you, because this is your job, this is your role, and you should be taking lead on that. So I think those three can be something that can facilitate to convince the sponsorship.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Rita. Thank you very much, Agnes. Thank you very much, KOB. We'll go to the next question now, which is from Lovelace, I believe. Yes.
I think what I would have done differently, and what you should do, is to first get informed. Learn as much as you can from everyone you can before you start. Because by doing that, you'll cut on a waste of time, and when you stand up to speak, you know what you're speaking about. I think that is a starting point. Another thing is to get people who have walked that journey and share experiences, so that you are aware of the challenges you're going to meet along the way. Because what we did, we started by the knowledge we had, instead of going out there and then getting the knowledge and then starting to implement. So we lost a lot of time along the way. So that is something that we could have done differently. The other thing that we could have done differently, it's not, now that I am aware, it's not in my place to come and teach. I would have done it differently by teaching someone else, let's say the executives, and then the executive takes the lead on passing on the message to their team, or in the boardroom, or in the senior management discussions. Why? Because that person would be converted. Secondly, they would speak to a bigger audience, or they would be listened to faster than it would have been me selling on the message. I think that is what I can say for now, and allow the rest to add on.
Thank you. Thank you. Agnes, last words?
Rita actually said most of what I was going to say, because I know we wasted a lot of time trying to do things we thought we knew. We thought we knew until we actually got trained, because just like us, we first set out a tender. At least the one thing we knew is we didn't really know much about this culture transformation, so we wanted a consultant. From that one we knew. But now the terms of reference, when we came up with the first terms of reference, they were here and neither here nor there. We didn't know what we wanted. So the first time we failed to get somebody to help us with this journey, until we went out and got trained, and then we now understood what we wanted to do. And then we were able to write the right terms of reference and get the right consultants who are the culture factor. They helped us a lot. And I think another thing is the involvement from the top. Like we said, get the governor. Yeah, we're lucky we had the governor on the top. But I think one of the mistakes we made at the beginning, we didn't involve the board right from the beginning, the board of directors. And that sort of slowed us down a bit because, you know, they needed to be brought on board. Fortunately, we noted it like kind of early enough and we brought them on board, but they had not been part of the scan. They had not understood what was, and so their impression of when we were discussing, they didn't understand what it is. But when we realized our mistake, we brought them on board. We brought them on board, we had them trained, we had a session with them, and then we even went ahead and got a patron. Our patron from the Culture Transformation Program is a board member, and you know he's run with it. So that really, really helped us. So that's one of the things we didn't do at the beginning, but I would advise everybody to get those influential people again from the beginning. So that was what we did. What we would not do, of course, yeah, like I've said, and also I think one of the other things I saw that we did, we had the culture scan, but we also had an employee satisfaction survey around the same time. So there's a bit of confusion. So sometimes running too many scans can cause, you know, first of all, there can be fatigue, there can be confusion. So those are the things. Don't have too many scans or surveys running at the same time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agnes and Rita. If I can just add to that, I mean, they already talks about learning. Get all the information that you can get. Learn as much as you can. And then, you know, probably start small. Don't do something very big. Now, in terms of what we will do differently and, you know, what we'll do again, I feel very privileged. We've run this 2 cycles. And so what we've been able to do is to take the lessons learned from the 2021 run and infuse it now into our 2024 approach. So in 2021, our chief sponsor was a deputy governor. And so there was a limit to what he could do. And I once had an opportunity where I was asked, what would I do differently? And I immediately said, I will go for number 1. And luckily, you know, we have number 1 now sponsoring, and that makes a huge difference for us as a bank. The second thing is that Nigerians have a short-term orientation, and we would have these beautiful plans and tell people in 2 years, in 3 years, we'll begin to see. And after a while, they would switch off on us because, well, why can't we just see it now? So what we are trying to do now is to put the results in milestones. Okay, in 3 months, we'll get this. In 6 months, this will come.
Change in their organizations and have been celebrated across the continent. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The next session will start in a bit, and we will see you then. Thank you.
It is. I wanted to prove that my phone is original iPhone. So I wanted to tell the time, and then people will confirm that it's original iPhone. All right, so immediately we're going to be breaking for lunch. Ademide, Ademilayo, can you please identify yourself? Just put your hand up. So we would follow Ademilayo, who would lead us to where lunch would be. We will be breaking for lunch immediately. We're trying to make up for time. So please, lunch will be for 40 minutes. Please indulge us. We want to come back to the Owambe party very refreshed and come back also after lunch very refreshed as well. Do you agree with me?
kutoka Manzabe, picha twasi twanga kisera, posti insta wanga kwa kera, baada ya chani kimoko, cause I just wanna let them know, I'm African beauty, African beauty, African beauty.
Quand je te vois, je me jacana. Ta démarche fait le tout gada. Je veux ton love, no be akana. Akana, akani, akana. Pretty, pretty, choqueto. Maybe designer. Heavy, heavy, my love. Oh. Heavy banana. Akana, 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 akana. Akana, 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 akana.
engage in discussions there. Very quickly, before we go into a plenary to talk about culture transformation in the private sector. We have some captains of industry here. We're going to share some perspective to us about leading transformation or sponsoring transformation, culture transformation within the private sector space. But very quickly, we would like to point your attention to some of our sponsors who actually have some booths outside there. First off, I've been informed that Food Concepts, that's Chicken Republic, they have made available vouchers for as many of us that are here, food vouchers to take to any of their outlets to get meals up to 2,000 naira. So just meet any of our team members out there. They will get you the vouchers. It is valid for a month. Sorry? Is it in the bag? Okay. You might have it in your bag already, the conference registration bag. Okay, it's not in there. It's not in there. Just meet the team, get the vouchers, go in there, get their finger-licking delicious chicken and all the food you can get within the cap of 2,000 naira though. If you buy more than that, you will have to cover the difference, I assume. And also we have Kellogg's outside. You feel free to go there and try out some of their cereal. They have the cornflakes and Cocoa Pops and all sorts of cereal that they would like you to taste. So please do that. And also we have Business School Netherlands. If you would like to discuss with them, learn about some of the things they are doing in terms of leadership and leadership learning, MBAs and all of that, they will be happy to engage with you. And also we have the amazing media crew from IBST who have been supporting us digitally as well. Can we give them a round of applause, please? They've been doing amazing work with the lights, the sounds, and the visuals. Thank you so much, guys. All right, very quickly, we want to move on and have some more deep, interesting conversations about this soft, which is a good thing now. Thank you, Egbert. Soft subject of culture and culture transformation within organization. And very quickly, I'm going to invite the panelists for this session. This next session will be moderated by the chairman of the Theculturefactor Africa, and that is Chukwuka Chukuma. A round of applause for him, please, as it comes up. As our Oga at the top, like we say. All right. Thank you, sir. Because you are the first, pick any seat you prefer, or maybe in the middle so that you can connect around. And then we have a panelist joining them. First off, we have the Chief Talent Officer for the Coronation Group Limited, and that's the person of Pai Gamde. Okay. Thank you so much. You're welcome, Pai. And then next we have the CEO of Food Concepts, who we have to thank for the vouchers for the Chicken Republic meals that we get in person of Mr. Kofi Abuno. I'm looking forward to cashing on my voucher. You're welcome. And then next we have the managing partner for Digitar, the managing partner for Digital and person of Mr. Oswald Osaretin. You're welcome. Oh, Gobadia. Thank you. I hope I tried a bit to pronounce it well. You're welcome, sir. Thank you. One more time, a round of applause for them. So we're just getting new information. All right. So thank you so much for that information. So we had one more panelist and he just came in. So we're going to bring him up very quickly, not letting him settle first. So apologies for that. And that's from NLNG, that's the Nigerian Liquefied Natural Gas, Mr. Ekende Hoiwere. Thank you so much.
Welcome, welcome. By the way, he did not just come in, he's been here for a while. So, thank you very much. Now, when we got given the slot for after lunch, honestly speaking, I thought it was a setup. The fact that the hall is full, even though not as full as it was before lunch, is testament to, you know, you supporting us, and we're very grateful because it's a Friday. A round of applause for yourselves. We will do our best because I had a very nice meal. I hope you did too. We'll start with, you know, ladies first. This is Nigeria, Nigerian culture. We value our women. Pai, how are you? Sorry, do you have your mic there? Okay. So I think it's always good for the people in the audience. By the way, we have at least 20 countries here, 4 continents, and which is, thank you, a very big deal for us. And what I would like is for you to just do a quick 2-minute intro on yourself before we dive into the message. We'll start with you.
Okay. I think first of all, let me say well done, Chikuka and team. And okay, you guys are doing an excellent job. Thank you for bringing, you know, Culturefactor to Nigeria, and I'm glad to be a part of the first conference in Nigeria, Lagos. My background is talent management, but I consider myself an enterprise architect because I've done a lot of things, you know, in an enterprise. Thank you. 25 years work experience, cut across talent management, governance, compliance, and many other things. I currently work in a financial services platform organization with 14 companies that cut across banking, insurance, capital markets. So that's, I hope that works. And I'm really looking forward to the conversations too. Thank you.
That works very well. Kofi, would you like to go next?
Yeah, thank you. And once again, thank you for the invite, and definitely exciting to be here. As he said, my name is Kofi Abunu. I've been in the QSR business, quick service restaurants, for a long time. I'm not going to say how many years. I think the gray hairs should give it away. Obviously, I've worked in countries like the UK, South Africa, Ghana, and been in Nigeria. Nigeria's been trying to lay claim to me. I'm Ghanaian, and Nigeria's been trying to lay claim to me. I think I've got so many Nigerian names now. But anyway, been here for 18 years, running what we'd like to consider the largest quick service restaurant across West Africa, operating 200 Chicken Republics and 100 Pie Expresses. So that's us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And by the way, I love Chicken Republic. Do not joke with those vouchers. Make sure you take them and go and try. It is the best chicken in Nigeria, bar none. I wasn't going to go there, but okay, yes, they do Nigerian jollof. But they're in Ghana as well, so in Ghana, I'm guessing they're doing what? Nigerian jollof? I couldn't have set that one better up. I hope somebody has that on film. All right. Oswald.
Hello, and my name is Oswald Osaritin-Gobadia. I'm a policy advisor. I advise African governments on innovation and entrepreneurship policy. Prior to that, I build infrastructure in Nigeria, so data centers and the likes. Thank you. Thanks for having me. And this is an interesting panel because They're all my friends who I have not seen in a while. So this is great.
Thank you very much, Oswald. Policy, very important, as you can imagine. Ekende. I want to say, we didn't save, you know, you don't want to save the best for last on us, but trust me, that's a very strong man there, and would love for you to introduce yourself, please.
So good afternoon, everyone, and a real pleasure to be here. My name is Ekende Ohiore. I am an engineer by training, but I identify as a value creator and a promoter of creative arts, which is a bit of a dichotomy, because I'm an engineer by day, but at night I have other pursuits. Really a great pleasure to be here. I've worked in the energy business for about over 2 decades now, and done all sorts of jobs across the organization and other organizations as well. But each job for me is the same, to create value. So it doesn't matter the job I'm in, I've always had that mindset. It's a real pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ekende. Given that you have the mic, maybe we should start with you. I mean, looking back at your career, you know, how have you seen technology reshape the culture of your organization? I mean, you guys are phenomenal on the oil and gas side, and have really done a phenomenal job just building value, as you called it, both for shareholders but also for your customers. The question is, as a leader, how have you helped people to adapt to the changes over the time that you've been there?
Thanks a lot. I think I joined in the beginning of the company. It was a brand new plant, state of the art at the time. I think the first wave of technology we had to deal with was just IT. So everyone had computers, which was something at that time where it wasn't very common for many older organizations. And even having the ability to touch type was a novelty. And as a young engineer, nobody wanted to have me in the field because I was seen more as a nuisance than help. So I learned things like relational databases. I learned how to touch type. I learned how to do things because I had spare time. And I think that's what kind of switched me onto the power of technology, because very soon I was building solutions. And when I think about it now, I was building applications. I didn't know that was what they were, but that's what I was building for the business, just to make my work faster so I could go out into the field. So I think the first moment for me came when I was the engineering manager, fast forward 15 years later, and I really wanted to try and help the organization with technology adoption. And we did what we thought was what made sense. We put a lot of technology in front of people and said, pick one, you know, and go for it. Of course, that failed miserably. So we had to kind of retrace our steps. And I think the epiphany for me was when I realized that it's really all about people. If it's not about them, then why are you doing it? So if you're going to take that approach, then you start from people first. And you ask yourself, what really is the thing that would help people? I mean, the first question was, why are people resisting technology adoption? And when you start to think about, you know, loss of power, fear of imposter syndrome, fear of the unknown, and that's where culture starts coming to it, because you realize that you're actually dealing with a cultural issue and not a technological issue. And when we started, so I called a few guys into my room, 2017. I said, look, we're going to change. My words to them were, we're going to change the way this company works. It wasn't that we're going to introduce technology. And I think once we started on that approach and with that mindset, it set us on a journey. I'll say more about that later. But that was really how we started to approach technology adoption and started to get real traction. Just to give within a year, we had an organization that didn't exist on paper of 100 people that were giving their discretionary time working for digital transformation in the company without any mandates, but just by using culture and the mindset to inspire people to work.
That's amazing. Thank you very much for that. You know, starting in engineering and understanding the culture is critical. It really is critical because it's people at the end of the day, isn't it? Kofi, I don't know how you got to the number of branches you told me you were at, but I can only imagine that last time I checked, I think you guys had 46 or some number close to that when, from many years ago.
Yeah.
What sort of changes have had to happen on the culture side to be able to grow? And you'll tell us the number that you're at now in terms of distribution of this beautiful chicken that you're going to be having soon with your vouchers. But what have you had to do on the culture side to be able to scale that fast and still keep your culture intact in an industry like retail, food retail, that's known to have very high velocity of turnover and stuff like that?
Thank you. So across all the brands, we have just over 300 locations across 24 states. Technology's obviously had to play a big role in managing that concept and managing the business. What we've done is, I guess we had to start educating the team not to be afraid of technology, right? I think it's a conversation we were having earlier, where people thought the technology, seeing a daily dashboard for a shop, they thought we wanted to almost like have a CCTV camera on them, where we were saying that no, that daily dashboard is to help us make better decisions quicker so that we're not losing money. It's to help you with your business, is to ensure that we can run a more profitable business. So I think one of the discussions we had before was things like requisition. You've got 300 branches across the country. You've got a supply chain. There needs technology to be able to be behind that. So, we've got a system where, based on the sales that is punched into our tills, based on the inventory that is received, the system automatically does a requisition for the shop, okay? But we leave the flexibility for the manager because you need that human element, right? Because the system doesn't know whether you're going to have a coach full of people next week Tuesday, or the system doesn't know whether you've got an event that is going to need 1,000 orders or so on. So, the people element had to be there. But it was a lot of training. And, I mean, we're talking about what happened before. A lot of decisions or influence was based on who shouted the loudest or who had the most seniority. Now, those decisions are made on visibility, on data, okay, that allows us to make sure that we capture the right information and drive the business.
Thank you very much for that, because without the data, you can't make intelligent decisions, right? With data, you can take out all the emotions. Hi. Given the blistering pace that your group has grown from when we started talking, which is yonks ago, when you were recruiting almost every week, to where you are now, how has, you are in insurance, in pension, in capital, those are separate entities, but it's a group, right? How has culture, leveraging on technology, helped you move faster, deploy, stay profitable, have a competitive edge over what is got to be a very difficult financial services market because there's so many competitors?
So I think some of the things we did when we started, just to clarify, we don't have a pension business in our own ecosystem. So when we started to pull together and recognize as Coronation as a formal organization, just formally putting some of the companies that existed prior to consolidation under the group. We did a couple of things. One was to identify that there was a need to approach everything we did from a singularity point of view, meaning one single, common mission driving us. We also then picked on culture and prioritized culture as one of the key components if we're going to achieve the ultimate mission, which is what is the culture that is going to deliver on this ambition. Clarity on what those key critical culture components that would, help us to deliver the goals. But the other thing we also did was technology. And I think the challenge with technology is if we don't continue to shift from seeing it as a function or the reserve of, a particular set of people, is that it would always remain a threat or feel like a threat to those who need it, as a tool. Technology has advanced, but the biggest disruption, and we think it's technology, but it's the human being. That is the biggest disruption, and I don't think we're doing sufficiently enough to address the human disruption component in light of the fast-moving, technological advancement that we're seeing. So what did we do? Under culture, we did a digital awareness. We had a component where we deployed an app from a consultant that was working with us on our culture, elements, and it was shifting the mindset from technology to just being digitally savvy, understanding how you can deliver value using the digital resource in front of you. We started to also do something which was to convert our policies to digital content and deploy them, short videos, courses that you can take, such that you're not having to read an entire handbook, but it's mandatory that you take all of these courses, and then it's interactive. You can take the test questions. What did that do? It just meant that we could easily push and drive culture using multiple platforms. We had a lot of sessions. I remembered one of the tools that we also started to use, you spoke about data, for managing all our projects and initiatives within the ecosystem, and you can actually see the entire dashboard for all the companies, all the businesses, all the CEOs, all the executives. You can see how you're performing, and what that does is that it creates there's the pressure component. There is the pressure component, I must say, but ultimately, if you see how you're performing, you're either inspired to get it done, or you may feel the pressure to, but the idea is that you see how you're performing and also just across the ecosystem. Yeah.
That's actually, I was smiling because I could just imagine. I used to be in banking, and there's a monthly performance review that we do in a bank. And with this kind of data, you can see right there who is behind in terms of budgets and things like that. So that's actually a very powerful tool. I know we discussed that yesterday as well, because for a business like yours, store-on-store comparisons of usage of, ingredients and, all the inputs versus who's spending money on power and generator, that must be an interesting one, but we'll come back to you. Now, Oswald, the master of policy, and the guy who, I don't know how you did it, but my understanding is that Oswald led the Startup Act, which I think is very important to talk about a little bit because of the audience we have. And if you can talk about the Startup Act when you were working for the president, the president of the country, what it meant from a cultural lens in terms of, there's subcultures, right? There's 6 zones, 6 different zones in the country. You have to get your Startup Act approved at sort of the, group level, at sort of central level. But then you now need to make sure that the different regions of Nigeria carry it on. If you can talk just a little bit about that. And, it's an open question, so you're free to handle it as you like.
Open questions on panels. And I have a mic and an audience. So the Startup Act, on one hand, you could just say is a bunch of provisions on paper that turns pain points into trying to solve a problem. But I was wondering how Chuka was going to turn that into a culture question. And he did. So earlier on, somebody mentioned something on one of the earlier panels that had me nodding my head, talking about basically having a senior supporter, then having a group of other supporters who understand what the vision is to help support what you're trying to achieve. And I was nodding my head. I think I even mentioned somebody that said, yeah, that's what we did in Startup Act. Because it's very important that, that when you're trying to change culture, that there's a key supporter of that idea who's going to drive it. So even in cabinets, because now we're talking about the presidency, you need to have several ministers who are going to elbow the other guy and say, why are you delaying this thing? And that's sort of how the Startup Act ended up being one of the fastest acts to get passed in the country. But that's now, Startup Act is the Startup Act 2022. We're now in 2025. Now, how do I now look at the Startup Act? Now, the Startup Act, actually, interestingly enough, is sort of a culture project. One of the problems we have in Nigeria is a lack of trust. So there's a lack of trust between, and this could be in any country, but we're in Nigeria now, so we'll use Nigeria as an example. There's an apathy between what the government can offer to the people and what the people can get from the government. Sounds like a repetition, but those two things are actually very different. And the Startup Act, why there's such a passion behind it and why there remains a passion behind it is because it offered a unique moment where people actually felt like they could actually change something that actually supports what they're trying to achieve, right? Where they felt that, okay, for my business, I need taxation solved. Here's a document that government is taking seriously that is actually trying to solve the exact problem I have in my business, where people actually saw themselves in a piece of government document. What tends to happen is the lack of collaboration between private and public sector. And, government documents tend to just come up seemingly out of nowhere, and they seemingly think that they're covering the issue, whereas the market is saying, what is that and what is that document for? So that's what the Startup Act did. It really was a culture project. It really got people excited about participating with government. Now, some of the indicators of that project working is the fact that it survived a governmental change. Now, most people know that when government change, everything that was done just yesterday has to be anew. The Startup Act made it into the strategy of the new government, that this is something we must do. So that's one indicator of the collaborative approach. It became everybody's project, right? So that's why it's a culture. It was a national cultural project where everybody felt this is our act. I'll tell you how drastic that is. Up to recently, I still get like people sending me resumes or profiles. Do you know this guy? And when you read the resume, they sound like they're me. Like they did the act. And that's fantastic.
Are they claiming they also did it, or
no, it's not even. I wouldn't say claiming. I wouldn't go that far. Some have, but I don't want to use that wide brush. What I would say is that there's a passionate ownership of something that was done within government. That doesn't happen, right? And another indicator of that working is the fact that it's 2025. We have states still working on trying to adopt the act. It really should have been dropped by now, by most standards. So just 2 days ago, Abia State announced that the assembly has passed the act. It's not pending government. Zamfara State has announced recently that they've also adopted the act. So it's still an ongoing thing because it's really about the trust issue that was really solved by the document. Not really the words. The words are fantastic. They do some great things. In fact, I've looked at those words and go, wow, maybe we need to fix that. But it's actually what the act meant to people, and they still hold it very dearly.
Thank you very, very much for that. In an era of AI, automation, especially when we now have remote work has become a very, very serious thing, especially post-COVID. How do you ensure your organization remains human-centered? This is for you, Ekende. So in the era of AI, automation, and remote work, how do you ensure your organization remains human-centered, where technology enhances rather than erodes the sense of purpose, connection, and belonging.
Okay, I'm going to be a bit controversial here.
Please go right ahead.
I recall when Italy was imploding with COVID, and we were all freaking out here thinking, oh my God, if this could happen in Italy, what's going to happen when this comes here? And everyone was like, we never want to come back to the office. And there was this big, again, shift in the business about what should we do with the future of work. My position was always that remote work is the death of culture. And that we had to understand that the moment we're in, it was that there were people that were talking to other colleagues they had worked with for 10, 15 years. We all knew each other. But there's a generation coming after, and I like to think forward, and I say, okay, this is not sustainable. So we talk about how I deal with it. I don't support it, generally. For me, remote work is the death of culture, because I don't believe you can actually remain human, remain empathetic, listen, connect if you don't have human connection. So the first thing is that I believe flexibility is here to stay, but I would discourage, unless it was, I wouldn't say I would never, we work remotely with people, of course, but I'm talking about, if you're talking about a team, even if they met once a year, that's something. Just being in the room, breathing the same air, it's important. So it's something that we try to do. We have retreats. Sometimes we mandate meetings, let's say once a quarter, that everyone has to be in the office, because we realize that just sitting and looking each other in the eye really just changed the dynamic. Then you can follow up with phone calls. Even if they're new clients or new people who are working it, we like that first contact meeting. Because again, we have to ask ourselves, what's this all about? Yes, you can't stay on the spectrum where you say, look, I reject technology. It's a fallacy. It's all around us now. But there are also people on the other spectrum that seem to feel that it's okay for them to make value despite people, or on the back of people, or ignoring people altogether. That's a choice that people are making. And in guiding the organization, because again, I still lead the digital transformation, that's something I always keep central. When we're trying to do something, we have to think about not just the bottom line, but a more balanced scorecard. What does this do for people in terms of even just how they feel? Yeah, are we introducing fear? Are we introducing uncertainty, mistrust? We talked about trust. What does it mean for the environment? What does it mean for the sustainability of the society around us? So we try and be a bit more thoughtful about how we introduce technology. And I think that's I think even preparing for this, one of my reflections, I recall when I first started the team, and I asked for a change consultant, and my boss said, no, you shouldn't have one on your own, it has to be centralized. Big mistake, and I wish if I could go back, because when I think about how much effort the people who make the big platforms we all use put into making sure that these things become addictive and easy for us to use, quote unquote, I'm appalled at how little effort we put into helping human beings actually deal with AI and technology and the effects of that. So I think, thank you for this, because you've actually given me part of my plan for 2026. I'm going to go back and make sure I invest in that space. Thank you.
I like the answer a lot, because I think that we got so used to following the herd that a lot of us turned off our brains. It's how I felt. I just want to work from home. Why? Because, if you give me a reason like I save money on gas, then that's a more valid reason than remote work is the way forward. I want to be in a beach in Maui, but working for you. You're not going to give me all of your time like you would if you were in the office, right? So I think remote work, and it also depends on the industry that you're in. I don't know whether anybody wants to chime in before we move on. Oh, because I thought I saw a nudge. Go ahead.
So, I 100% agree with you. I run an organization now where it's remote work. Interesting enough, I've worked with a young lady for about 3 years, and Chukana actually, and she's done fantastic work for us for all 3 years. And I met her today for the first time accidentally.
She's really excellent. Anne, can you at least just stand for half a second? She's really, really good. I mean, we never met her.
Never met her.
But she is phenomenal. Yeah. Go ahead.
So, although I do agree, I'm not a fan of remote work. I think, if not that I'm restrained, I'll probably be in a court case over remote work. But having said that, I would have to put my futurist hat on and say, being that we're speaking to organizations here, I would say, how do you prepare yourself for the new culture? Because remote work is the future, right? So we're going to be old. I'm happy about that, actually, and not having to deal with it. But the future of work is remote work, right? It's even, I think, post-COVID, there was this design they had, which totally freaked me out because it crosses all my spaces, because I'm also an engineer, infrastructure, building, networks, IT, across the board. And they had an apartment building where they had a floor for remote work. It was an office, but everybody was from different companies. Right? Yeah. So if you want to have water cooler culture, you're going to have it, but we're not in the same company. So there's something brewing, so we need to prepare ourselves for it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know what we want to say. Please, go ahead.
I think, when we talk about remote work and culture, from my lens, I know where I stand, but let me speak because we're speaking to organizations. What has happened is that COVID happened on us, and we all went into how do we quickly solve it and stay profitable, and so work from home, and organizations put in quickly plugged in systems to make them work so that they can work from home. And then we took it on as a new way of life without necessarily changing the systems and the structures. And so we had this old system, and we just took work from home or remote work and just forced it in there. And yeah, and so what we're seeing is, because there wasn't a proper channel where we thought about it, we thought about the impact, the implications. I remember having a conversation with an organization when we're trying to put up a, we call ours a flexible working arrangement. And I remember I was speaking to somebody, and he said, oh, they had maintained what they were doing during COVID and all that, but they were about to pull the plugs on. And I said, why? And he said, the same managers who were calling for it are the same ones who can't handle it, because we also didn't equip line managers to deal with it. And so every time it's HR, and I say, no, you can't call, there's no line of sight with HR. Have we equipped the organization to truly implement remote work? Do I know how to establish expectations, commitments before you go off to work? Because you have to also look at the cultural context. If you have an operate in an environment where there's a bit of laissez-faire, and you put remote work to it, nothing is going to get done. So you have to think, is my organization mature for it? Have I equipped my organization with the tools and resources to actually work remotely? And how am I evaluating it? How am I ensuring that it is, it's right for my organization? Do I need to tweak? Do I need to just go full throttle?
No, very well said. The Gen Zs, I love them. I'm sure they are here. I have kids. I want to start by saying I love the Gen Zs. However, during COVID, new rules had to come to monitor keystroke what? Surveillance, yeah, exactly. New rules, new technologies had to come to monitor whether people were actually working or not. In fact, I live in Dallas, and I remember meeting this young man, and he had 3 jobs, and he figured out how to be in the 3 jobs and get 3 salaries and not really do anything, right? And so there was a big abuse, not small, like it was massive abuse of, I'm working from home, right? Now, in our situation, when I say our situation, I mean Oswald and I working with Anne, we didn't have that issue because she's self-driven and did the work, and we didn't need to check on her, and she'll tell us, you know, the thing will be ready in next week, and she'll give it to us 2 days later, right? But that wasn't most people. Most people had to be monitored, and you needed as we call it in Nigeria, monitoring spirits, digital ones that would be like, your eyes have closed, are you sleeping, you know? To make sure that people were actually doing, and then, you know, you had different ways of sort of measuring output and KPIs. Many leaders, my Oga, no, you're giving us chicken, so I have to respect myself. Anybody that's feeding me, they are more important than other people. Many leaders struggle with when and how to embrace emerging technologies. And I can just imagine as you went along, you yourself needed to find new ways and new technologies that would allow your business to do what it needs to do, again, without losing that human touch, because you're in a customer service business, you're touching people, you're seeing them, you know. Can you just talk us through what sort of technologies that you use that helped, you know, decision-making and stuff? The conversation we had where you talked about, I think that was very important yesterday. Please share some of that wisdom.
So, thank you. You know, we have 3 different parts of the business, right? You've got the support side from the head office, you've got the retail side, which is the Chicken Republic, Pie Express, etc., and then you've got the manufacturing side, that is the other part of the infrastructure that helps support the business, like we've got a full pie automation line, etc. So just to touch on what we were talking about in terms of working from home, you know, like you said, Gen Zs, right? You have to manage the process. We had to ensure that we put some flexibility from working from home. But when it comes to technology affected every part of our business. Normally when you're talking about technology, you're talking about ERP, integration between your retail management system. We had to look at technology that impacted our kitchen operations and making our operations efficient, okay? I remember we went to one country and saw, and this AI scares the hell out of me, okay? As you're putting the thing in the oven, AI is scanning and is already setting the temperature, the time to cook the chicken or the fish without you having to press anything. Now, the beauty of that for our operations is that it removes human error, okay? If you're cooking jollof, whether Ghana or Nigerian jollof, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's no longer down to what Pi might say, okay, it's cooked, or what Kofi says is cooked. The system's telling you that is it, so you get that consistency coming out. What we found is that, I guess I'm one of the people that like to embrace technology, and I'm always looking for ways of making my operations more efficient. But it's like the human side, right? I want to make my operations more efficient so my team can spend more time on the floor serving my customers and make that customer experience something different. I do not want them stuck doing all the mundane work of using Excel to calculate how many requisitions that they've got to do, right? We've now got a system, like I said earlier, and we're actually upgrading. We're doing a POC right now of the system, everything going into the system and telling the fryer how many chicken to cook based on what has been sold every single hour, based on the data that's been entered, based on the number of customers coming in, based on the weather, based on the number of customers walking past the shop. So much information is there that allows the team to be a bit more efficient and grow as well. So I think, you know, we've got a training school called the Hatchery, okay, where we hatch our new trainees, okay. So, so okay.
No pun intended.
No
right?
pun intended at all. Okay. So, you know, it gives us time to start developing and upskilling our staff, okay, to be able to give customers that become, and hopefully all of you will become Chicken Republic customers, okay. As Oswald is, you know, starting up the country, we're trying to feed the country, you understand? So I just think that technology is playing a big role in all aspects of the business, from the kitchen to the front of house to the customer data that you're getting from people working remote. So you might be, I'm loving people working remote because they're ordering food online. Okay, so, you know, everybody has those benefits. It's like you hate it when it rains, the farmer's happy when it rains. You know, you love it when the sun shines, somebody's begging for rain. It's two sides of the same coin that you have to operate.
Thank you very much. On a very light note, don't leave. On a very light note, I want to know what my people are ordering, because you said you have all the data. I'm just curious. When we have those wicked thunderstorms that sound like God is angry with us, those tropical rains, what do people order? Is there like a spike in hot chicken, or like I'm curious?
No, unfortunately, no, unfortunately, weather affects everybody because the riders don't go out when people order and customers can't come in. But you know, jollof rice is still the number one order.
Have you heard jollof rice is good in every weather, and our visitors from 20 countries got to taste jollof and some other really good stuff at a joint, not to be mentioned because we have Chicken Republic here, but they enjoyed themselves. Lastly, I would like to ask, Pai, if you could, you know, we have organizations here, some have gone on their journey in terms of getting their culture right. Some are still considering our proposals. They don't know whether we can add value to their life just yet. If you could give one piece of advice to other C-suite leaders about preparing their people and organizations for the wave of technological disruption, what would it be?
I didn't think about this one, but I think it's really to remember that the real disruption is the people. It doesn't matter the technology that is coming forward, it's the people. It's frazzling some people because they don't know how to keep pace. Some people are clueless. Some are light years ahead. So it's really, how are we going to equip our people so that the disruption doesn't destroy? That would be my advice.
Thank you very much. Ekende, at the start of, well, it wasn't the start of my career, but it definitely was my first job in Nigeria. I was fortunate to help to raise $1 billion for your company in 2001, I believe.
We spent it, thank you.
The NLNG was the first company in Africa to raise over $1 billion in 2001. I mean, it's an impressive company. The last time they raised money was like $7 billion, and Ekende is in charge of spending it all. But the question I was going to ask you, just given that you've been at the firm how long now? 26?
Trying around the years.
27? Yeah. 35?
Did you catch that?
It's a long time.
Years, yeah.
But just given how long you've been there, if you were to give a piece of advice to companies that are not yet at the $1 billion valuation level, are still coming, they're still, you know, trying to figure out from just your advice on their culture path and how they can do some of the things that you guys have been able to do to be able to spit out the amazing and astronomical numbers that you've done, what would you say they should really focus on the culture side of things?
I'll say if you really want to be progressive, it's really leading to the art of the possible. We have transitioning generations now, so baby boomers are pretty much going out of the workforce, especially in Nigeria, because we have a retirement age of 60. Most places, the Gen Xers are really maturing now. Zennials like ourselves, who are kind of crossed both X and Y, you know, were maybe a bit of runway. But look, the Ys, I mean, millennials, Gen Z, they're coming. And I think for a lot of the leaders who are trying to grow businesses today, they feel a bit lost, and they feel a little bit out of, you know, I don't understand this technology. And you never really will, so don't worry about that. But what I would say is that ideation, the art of the possible, is really where the power lies. There are many people today who can code, you know, sorry. There are many people today who can code, you know, amazingly, but can't create $1 of value or 1 naira of value. They don't know that. So just trust in your power to ideate, to think through what value could look like. There are many people you can hire to fill that out for you. The people coming after us, my fear is that they're going to have the other problem, that they're going to be good at coding and binary, but they just don't know how to think. So the second piece of that is that don't despise what you have, because you say, okay, I don't know tech, I know this. Make sure you pass on that power, that analytical, that critical thinking, that ideation onto the next generation as well. So that will be my advice.
Well, thank you very much. We're going to round up. I wanted to know whether we could get 2, 3 questions. 2 questions. Anybody have any question to ask? Our guy is here.
Thank you very much, our panelists. My question is directed at Kofi. Thank you very much. There's a lot of innovation going on at Food Concept, and it's obvious from what we've been saying. New branches coming up, better ways to get our money. It was from jollof rice and chicken for 2,000 rand, and now there's even white rice and egg. So whatever money you have, you can actually get something to eat at Food Concept. So my thought is, how are you able to help your people through this innovation? Is the innovation in-house? Is it coming from outside? How are you able to help your people through this innovation process? Because we outside have seen a lot of innovation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And my comment or question goes to Kofi. You are in an industry that requires a lot of teamwork, collaboration, strong supply management. So you've spoken a lot on how technology help you in driving your business. You've not spoken of the human side in terms of language, how language helps you to connect with your customers. And in doing that, I want you to decode the word nice, nice whenever you go to the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I think I'll open my question to whoever wants to answer, but I do like chicken. So, so I find that you're in a business. So on the one hand, I'm speaking to the Chicken Republic, but then the question is for the House. To Kofi, I find that you're in a business that has mass representation, and I'm not in the food business, but I do have a business that has, subsets everywhere. So my question is, how do you standardize and scale culture within that sector? My reason being, most people have a particular way that they want their people to be, but it's very context sensitive, and you're in a high pressure, very emotionally sensitive environment. So am I. So the question is, even though technology has enabled you outwards, there is the connection that goes back to say, how do you manage that system inwards? And because of the different peculiarities of the different environments that your people find themselves, how do you balance it?
You go ahead. Excellent. Okay, so I'd love to take credit for the innovation piece, but I've got a great team that do my new product development and a great marketing team that do all the things. I think, remember last year we did the as soon as possible. Yeah. Okay, and then we did the extra meal. We had to find a budget. Think about it this way. When we introduced the refill meal, 500 naira at that time, it was $1.13 equivalent, right? As, whether we like it or not, hyperinflation happened. Even at 1,500, it is still $1. So, but prices went up and things had to change. So, unfortunately, salaries did not move as fast as prices were going up. So you had to stay in business, you had to be innovative and find something that the market. Now, funny enough, when we introduced the X-Star meal, we got a lot of comic reactions online, but not a single negative comment. People were talking about how hard the economy had become, that now whether if you can't buy the chicken, buy the baby, okay, or whatever. You understand? There were so many funny stories that were going on, but it was interesting and it was exciting to see customers interacting with the brand on social media and so on. So that's one. I can't praise the team enough. We have a great new product development team, and their whole culture that we do is that when they come up with a new product, remember we're Chicken Republic, we're Food Concepts. We have 6,000 staff. I've got 200 staff in there, so I've already got a huge sample size. So they taste it around the office, and I can tell you something like the egg-star meal, we must have done about 25 different variations before we executed on one. So that's the innovation piece. On the teamwork, so things like nice, like you kind of just mentioned it. Nice used to be a motivational thing for the team, just to keep them going, to get attention. So when you're around the front of house, so I think most people know our sandwich, Chickwiz. I see all of that. Okay. So people, when the person around the front counter, instead of just shouting, Busola, or Tunde, or whatever, they shouted, nice. That means that anybody can respond. It caught everybody's attention at the kitchen. So it's nice, and the person responds, nice. It says, one Chickwiz, please, coming out hot and fresh. That became the culture, and that's how that came in, okay? But I think as we started doing it, customers started catching on, because obviously customers are standing there and say, what's this Chicken Republic in there? It was our own internal thing. There's other things that go on, we'll say, especially during COVID time. We came up with hand wash time, I'm clean, who's next? And that's how people, every 30 minutes, that happened to make sure people were washing their hands frequently, sanitizing their hands, and so on to make things. So those little cultures, when you're doing your training, you make sure you make that part of the training, okay? And that's why if you're in our shop in Kanu, or in our shop in Bayelsa, or Sokoto, you're gonna hear nice all the time, okay? And that's how we kind of get the teams to work.
I'm going, once we finish here, I'm going straight to Chicken Republic to go and say nice, and see whether they'll give me extra chicken. But honestly, I just wanted to thank. There's one more? No, that guy, there's a question there. Okay, hold on. Go ahead.
The lady had a question, and it's open.
So your question was around dealing with the people side. We've talked a lot about the technology side and bridging the two. I think at the end of the day, that is how do we reframe technology, tools to purpose? What is the purpose of it? And how do we, it's the same human beings that man the technology. And so what is the culture in leveraging technology, to deliver work, to be productive, to drive business value? So it's how, do we continue to see it as just a tool? Sometimes I get on a Teams call, and I have, as part of my culture, if you get on a Teams call with me, turn on your video, because I want to drive that, that human side. I don't want to be talking to a wall, So what are those components that help people to actually feel connected? And how do you drive that in your business? Second thing, because you did talk about, probably in a fast, paced environment, you will have that churn, and, it's going to be fast because of the nature of the businesses that you run. It will be fast, but what are you going to do to ensure that I identify my critical, roles and people who fit into it, and what is the edge that I can give or, to keep them, and how do I continue to build a pipeline? They have hatchery? Yeah, hatchery. So what will you have that helps you to have sort of a revolving door, and that as people go, you don't, the door is not standing still. It's not taking 2-3 months before it moves again, you know, to pull people in. So I think these are just some of the ideas I can think of. Thank you.
So on technology, people and culture, I'm reminded of a manager I had many years ago when I was much younger, who always used to tell people who wanted apps, and his response was always, if you can't do it on Excel, we're not going to build it. And of course, I was young, I never quite got what he meant until I became a manager, right? So it's more so, if you cannot change the culture to get the outcome you want out of Excel, then we're not going to invest in building that platform for you. Then, in my time in government, there was this interesting thing I noticed, like on the first day. There's a room called the registry, where all the documents come in, they get scanned, and they get put into a repository. So, excellent. So that's digitization, right? So the document is now digital. But then, when you have to research or write a document about that topic, you tell the, Kelechi also worked in government, right? You tell the registry that you need this topic. They bring you a file, right? So what's happening is that, you know, paper is getting digitized and is being offloaded back down to paper again, right? And if you look at a lot of government processes where you have issues sometimes, what's happening is that it's going from digital back to paper, right? So that speaks to culture. If the culture itself, like I joke often, I say paper cannot do digital. If the culture itself is not being changed as to what the technology solution is, it will corrupt the technology, right? The technology will now become manual because the culture was never addressed. So 90% of, like for instance now, I have a team who loves Google. Try to make them use Zoho, World War V, right? In my mind, it's the same thing. To them, it's impossible. It shall never happen, right? So if you don't manage the culture against the transformation that's happening with the technology, the people will corrupt the technology.
So thank you very much. Because of time, we're going to end here, but we're very grateful first and foremost to our panel. Please give them a round of applause. They did an excellent job. Well done, guys. Thank you. But also, a second round of applause to all those that did not sleep after all the food that you were fed. A round of applause. And if you did, you can also give yourself a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Please, let's keep clapping. I think we need to take photographs or something. A quick photograph of the panelists. Thank you. What a panel.
On to the next, we're handing over to you. On to the next. By the way, did you like how everybody was dressed? Yeah, I cheated. I told them, I said, look, there's a lot of people that have never been to Nigeria before. I want them to think they might be in Wakanda. So it was orchestrated. But thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. What a panel. The level of discussion. And again, please do not say that I like food, but nice. Oh, I wasn't the only one listening. One Nigerian jollof, please. One Nigerian jollof, please. Hot Nigerian jollof coming out hot. Nice. All right, so we have to make up for time. We apologize. We apologize that we're not keeping to time, but I'm sure that we're having a fantastic time. And the fact that the room is still full tells me that we're getting value for time. I don't even want to talk about money. So what we're going to do next is to go for a second breakout. If we can have that projected, please. We're going to go for our second breakout now. For the panel moderators, we would have to make it 30 minutes. It's been a very long day. And you know, adult learning, we have to be very strategic about it, and we've done well so far, so we don't want to test people's limits. So we would work around 30 minutes. On the screen, popping up very, oh wow. Yeah. So if you look at the screen, you'll see the same halls that were used in the morning, and then you can choose where you want to participate in the breakout session and just make your way there. So I won't read it out. I'm sure you can see it. I can't see it. Is there a question? Can we see it? Okay. Okay.
I'll read it out. So Apapa Hall, you have building a culture of impact and accountability in the non-profit sector. That's taking place in the Apapa Hall. And we have Belob Huinato as the moderator. We have the panelists, Sophie Lafleur, Dr. Solomon Pande, and Derek Ibeaha. So they are in the Apapa Hall regarding the building a culture of impact and accountability in the not-profit sector. In the main hall that is right here, we'll be talking about the culture language barrier. So this is talking about bureaucracy versus business, a public-private sector conversation. So if you're interested in how the public sector and the private sector can work together despite their different cultures, this is the place to be. This session will be moderated by Olubenga Johnson. And in the panel, we will have Adesua Iradia of the Central Bank of Nigeria. We will have Sarah Chomugisa Mwesije of the Bank of Uganda. And we would have our own Christy Dagan from the Culture Factor. And then the third session, which is managing culture change and integrations in mergers and acquisitions, will be moderated in the Lekki room by no other than Mudukwe Bankole herself. She will have her glasses so she wouldn't have to struggle to read the things over there. And then I'm using glasses as well, so Mudukwe, cheap shots, I apologize. And then the panelists, Dr. Jumoke Aleoke Malaki, and we have Alex Gallagher and Scott Maltby. So Mudukwe Bankole will be moderating that session in the Lekki room. And then the last session is in the Koyi room, and that is culture by default or design, using technology and other resources to keep growth from becoming chaos. And in that session, we have Oladapo Akinloye moderating. Oladapo is from Emerald Zone. We have Jennifer Daniels in the panel. We have Adora Ikwemesi also on the panel. And we have Philip Shordren from the Culture Factor also in the panel.
Wonderful job. Okay. All right. 2 quick announcements as we make our way. Please take all your belongings with you. When that session is over, in 30 minutes, we will all reconvene here. Also, we will reconvene here for a very special announcement. So we'll wait for you to come back for that very special announcement. As we go to the breakout sessions, please, we have the photographer, professional photographer, culturally compliant photographers waiting for you if you would like to take your headshot. Yeah. And so without further ado, please let us make our ways to whatever breakout session you want to be part of. Enjoy the session and see you 30 minutes. Please take all your belongings. Do take all your belongings.
The mandate in the public sector is stability. It's stability, it's macroeconomic stability. For instance, at the central bank, we're looking at low inflation, we're looking at foreign exchange stability, we're looking at fiscal sustainability. That stability, they try to be as stable as possible in their practices and their business models. But in the private sector, it's profitability, like my colleague said. We have to grow, but for us to grow, we must survive in a competitive world. So the private sector is always looking for survival. And how do you survive? You must compete, you must invest a lot of money, you have to take risk. So if I can bring it to culture language, the public sector it's risk averse, it has high levels of uncertainty avoidance, yet the private sector is very risk-taking. They have low levels of uncertainty avoidance. So there's that translation gap that happens in mandate. Mandate, while everyone is saying we are trying to create value, the public sector creates value through stability, through the public interest. But the private sector creates value through profitability, making sure they meet the end users' needs, the customers' needs, and the continuous changes in the needs of the customer. So that is one of the areas. But if I can speak to a second area, is the translation gap of certain words, like innovation. I work in strategy and innovation, and in the public sector, innovation is very controlled. It's continuous business improvement, continuous improvement in our processes. It's coming up with new things, but in a very controlled environment. So we have mandates and policies. But in the private sector, innovation is cutting edge. Innovation is product development, innovation is rapid change. Someone can come up with a product, invest in it, and then it starts to be delivered to the end user. But in the public sector, it's a little bit more, because you're looking at the public interest. You cannot just come up with a product and then deliver it without having those controls and risk aversion. So those are the areas.
Thank you so much. So let me come to you, Christy. You have a lot of experience in both the public and the private space. I see you change roles a couple of times. You worked in the private sector, providing services for government, and then of course you worked in the public, providing services for the private sector. That's a lot of experience. So my question would be, so how can both sides adapt without compromising the core values? How can they adapt to working with the other sector, like the private sector working with the public without compromising their core values? Because we know, so the public is interested in the public good. In Nigeria, they will say dividend of democracy, but the private sector is looking at how do we make profit, so the public may want to prioritize impact over profit, while the private wants to look at profit, even if it doesn't make so much impact, but for them, profit is important. So how do you think that each of these sectors can, project their values without compromise and still being able to work with the other sector?
Yeah, thanks for the question, and I will start my thoughts with giving you an insight of my life, because after I had finished my studies in economics, I had the decision, like, where would I go and start work? Should it be private sector, should it be public sector? And I had this dilemma in my head, that I really like more the subject areas of the public sector, because it's more intellectual. As an economist, it's really interesting, you do things with impact. Or you go to the private sector, which is much more my temperament, to be quick, to be ambitious, to move things fast, and it was never easy. I went then to the more or less public sector, first at universities and then chambers of commerce, but always with this mindset of someone who would rather be in the private sector. And I can tell you, it is not easy. I mean, even though I was fairly easy in leadership positions fairly quickly, so I was leading a public institution at the university, and then at the chambers of commerce, I was twice the head, the director of everything. And when you try to establish private sector thinking in the terms that we want to be innovative, in the terms that we also should act like we have to survive and be in competition, even though it doesn't threaten our contracts, but we are in competition because other institutions do similar things, and maybe we're not that important anymore. And I can tell you it's hard, because people who work in the public sector, not the ones on top, but everybody else, they didn't seek employment to be in a competitive environment. They seek employment to have social security, to have a stability in their lives. They chose stability over money, over promotion. So what do you do with those people? How to install innovation in people who chose stability and social welfare as their life objective? And I think that's the main obstacle, also when you want to make them cooperate. Because these people in the public sector, they function by defending their area of responsibility. They don't have much chance to come up in the social ladder in their institution. Normally you don't have very many steps of hierarchy. So what they do is very much defend their area of competence. And that's where they take their pride, that's where they derive their language from, that's when they talk very much about technical terms that are important, they show that they know a lot about their competence. And when you go to the private sector, and when you are working in a chamber of commerce, you're constantly with those two sorts of people. And you come to the private sector, and they want to see results, they want to be quick, they say, how can you think like this? And they want the public sector, they want things from them, right? They said, we need a new law, or we need a new road. We need many things so that the business can thrive. You have to help us. And then they have to see that in the public sector, people work in the decision making with committees. Committees who don't meet every week. They may meet just twice per year or 4 times per year. So whenever you want a decision, you have to have a lengthy preparation that goes through many eyes and people who look at that. And then it comes to one committee, then it goes to the next committee. So until you have a decision, that might be a year or 2. And if it's something that has to do with construction, of course, more. How do we get those people together? That was your question. Not easy. I think that we should start hiring different people in the public sector. So people who do have also a zest for moving quicker, for being more innovative, because you can work with committees and still do many things already, but you have to dare to do it, you have to want to do it, and not everybody does it. And you could start employing more of these risky people. It has a lot to do with how we recruit. Yeah, I think that's maybe one of the main, not to be too long, my main conclusion.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, you touched on something that I consider very important. How do these sectors get their talents? You know, I don't know in Uganda, so what is the method of recruitment into the public space? Do they do exams? Do they do mass recruitment? That's the style Nigerian politicians take in Nigeria. You know, they just say, we want to recruit, and then they recruit 200 people at a time. So I'm sure that leaves a little time for what Christy is talking about. You know, you don't have all the time to be scrutinizing, because you need, for political good, for political capital. You know, I hope you didn't hear what I said. Okay, so, but let me go to the next question, Adesua, because for private businesses, like, you know, just to end on that, you know, you have a role, and then you are looking for the fit. But in the public service, we need to create employment. I promised that I was going to employ 5,000 people in my campaign. So everybody bring in your CV, and then you put people, and then you start training them. But it's also good because the system also have a way of training people and all of that. But let's move quickly. We're also talking about this. The kind of talent that we have would also affect the way people work. So the decision-making, this is where I'm coming to you now. The decision-making processes in these two sectors are different, right? We find it to be faster and nimble with private businesses, right? And then we find it to be slower, right? Just like she described with public service, because there are layers of approval. It's first director, the second director, then the deputy, you know. And then at the end of the day, we want to achieve a result. So the question will be, how do we, understand the difference between these two, and how can we bridge the gap, just to ensure that, because I know that the people that are taking their time, they want quality, they want to avoid risk, right? But the people that are in the public space, they are looking at the time to market, they are looking at competition, just like Christy said. So how do we ensure a balance, between these two? Trying to dot all the T's and then, of course, trying to get to the market quickly.
Thank you very much for that. So we are the Central Bank of Nigeria. We agree that decision making is important, but we cannot begin to rush to do certain things, especially around policy. Anything that has to do with the Nigerian citizens, we are very careful about that. But we do recognize the importance of pace, and which is what the private sector does very well. But in the Central Bank of Nigeria, we focus more on documentation. We are looking beyond ourselves. So if you leave the Central Bank tomorrow, you need to be able to have a trail of records. You need to be able to leave those information. You need to have the right approvals. You need to comply by the rules and procedures. So pace is important, but then we have to do it the right way. Currently, the management is focusing on compliance, not just externally, but even within. So I myself, as an employee, there are certain things that are required of me. It's not just business as usual anymore. But how do we bridge this gap? This is why in the CBN, innovation is very important for us. We have created a new department called the Strategy and Innovation Management Department for external purposes and also internal purposes. I don't know if you were here earlier when the acting director also mentioned a new unit was created, the Change and Culture Transformation Unit, reporting directly to the governor. That unit now is tasked with developing initiatives. So how can we do better? We develop concept notes. What can we do differently to begin to improve, not the old central bank. I would liken this question to a huge lorry and then maybe a Ferrari, for example. There's an advantage the lorry has, right? You're able to carry the baggage. The Ferrari can go fast, but I think jointly we can do better in how we work collaboratively.
Cost of the Ferrari.
Because exactly, it's expensive. The lorry, it's moving. We still get there, but then we do recognize that there are areas of improvement, and that's what we're doing now.
Okay, so I'm going to go off script. I'm going to put you on the spot. So how would you? Yes. So how would you describe the decision about the change of currency? Was it a fast or a slow one? You don't know what we're talking about, do you? Because we're talking about speed to execution here. Just your opinion. I'm not asking you to speak.
When we need to be agile and nimble, the central bank still does that. But then again, like I mentioned, we do recognize there are areas of improvement. You can see that some of those policies have been reviewed on them, right? So if you want to take it back, there are many things that are above my favorite here. Olubenga will not give me a job tomorrow. So, but then we recognize, we are still human beings. We do recognize that there are areas of improvement.
Yeah.
That probably was a fast one, considering the situation, for those of us that are not from Nigeria. He's talking about the Naira redesign, where we had to review our currency and then, bring in new denominations and things of that nature. Now, of course, there were pluses and minuses that happened in that area. But again, you could see that we're doing better. Yeah. There are many improvements happening in Nigeria.
Sure, absolutely. Let's give them some round of applause.
Thank you.
Very definite improvements. Thank you so much. Sarah, let me come to you on this one. So, I also saw that you are involved in a lot of project management and sensitization and all of that. And then you are almost tempted to use your languages, the jargons, when you are communicating with the public, right? So how do you manage to make them understand what you are saying? When you are talking to your colleagues, you talk about mandates, they understand what you're talking about, right? But in Nigeria, when you shout mandate in Nigeria, it's a political slang. Rather than they said, or your mandate, we're going to stand on Sarah's mandate. So how do you manage to use the jargons, that you're trying to use it to drive a point, but at the same time, you want to carry the people along, especially from your experience of sensitization? Yeah.
So one of the things that, maybe I'll start with the jargons that central banks use that are quite different from the private sector or the public sector. Again, one of them is mandate, like you said. But the other one is customer and stakeholder. I think from the public sector, we use a lot of stakeholder. We look at the people or institutions that have a direct interest in our companies or in the outcomes of our decisions. But the private sector is always talking about the customer, that person who buys your product, that end users. So when we are speaking to the private sector, we try to bridge that gap. Other than speak of customer and stakeholder, we try to say both so that we can help clear that understanding of who the customer is and the stakeholder is. In our strategic plan, we've tried to also explain that clearly, who is the customer and who is the stakeholder, so that we can bridge that gap. But the other thing that I've noted also in the differences, like my colleague was saying in decision making, the public sector usually is seen as slow and catching up, while the private sector is agile and reckless sometimes. So they say, but I would like to understand that the public sector usually is looking at what they call systemic risk. So there are certain things that we make decisions on based on systemic risk, but also based on what we call strategic importance. Among us, I'm sure that you know that there are certain organizations that we keep running in the public sector, not because they're making profit, but because they have strategic importance. They are within our communities because they employ people, or they have security aspects, or they have a public interest. So because of that, in our communication, in that jargon of what is the public interest, what is that, we always communicate and say, this particular decision is being made because of strategic importance. So we're clear about the strategic intent in our communication. You asked about sensitization. So strategic communication or strategic importance is very important, to be clear that we are keeping this, so we're making this decision because of its importance. There is public interest to it, there is a good that it's delivering, there is security, or it has some systemic risk that it wants to mitigate. Because if we disrupt or we do not make this decision, then we are going to cause a ripple effect to all other different systems. So there's always that. Very important to communicate the strategic intent. But also one of the things that we are trying to do to bridge the gap is collaboration. The public and private sector are collaborating at different levels. So there's that what we call PP, public-private partnerships, PPP. So we collaborate in projects. We are Bank of Uganda, we collaborate with different strategic partners. Of course, ministries like Ministry of Finance, but we will collaborate with other commercial banks, we'll collaborate with other NGOs, we'll collaborate with other private sector institutions for innovation, for just again, customer areas, but that collaboration helps us to leverage on our knowledge and leverage on the areas that we have gaps, and then we bring them together. So when we are in those joint ventures and projects, we are able to have people speaking public sector language and some other people speaking private sector language.
Very much for that response. Maybe I will ask a follow-up question to that, because from what Christy was saying the other time, we realize that people that are in the public service, not the privileged people that I'm sitting with here, most of the other public service, I guess they are in the employ for loyalty, or people get rewarded for loyalty, right? But in the private sector, people get rewarded for performance. Am I correct? Does that represent, what happens outside? So what do I mean? It's possible for someone who comes into a private sector to become a boss to someone they have met in the organization because they are performing better, right? But that rarely happens in the public space. Huh? Yes.
Not necessarily, but I'll explain it with the dimension called long-term, the national culture of long-term orientation.
Yeah.
So in public organizations, I would like to think that we have more long-term orientation in terms of our organizational culture peaking from the national culture. Because the public organizations are looking at the long term. They're saying we are employing people for the long haul. We bring them in and then we employ them. And like previous speakers said, we ensure that we retain them. After attracting them, we retain them. So in our bank, we had something we called the golden handcuffs, that when we join the Bank of Uganda, we get handcuffed but with gold. So we stay in the bank. So because of that, it becomes something, it's not necessarily loyalty, it's that long-term focus. You stay in your work, but because of the contributions, because of the capacity building, the learning that you are benefiting from the organization. However, in the private sector, that performance that you're talking about, the loyalty versus performance, is because of their short-term orientation. They must survive, they must get the next profitability. So you find the turnover also in those organizations is quite high. Their targets. Another word that is different in public sector is we use words like deliverables, KPIs.
Yes.
In private sector, they use targets.
Yes.
So because they have targets, people are working for the target, and if I cannot get that target, I'll get to the next organization to get the next higher paycheck. So that performance kind of agility and response to the market changes is what you're calling loyalty versus performance. But even in public sector, we have performance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Christy, you want to say something about that? Regarding loyalty versus performance, you know?
Well, mostly I want to say many things that she just said. I think a very good analysis. But we have to differentiate. I mean, when you talk about companies having more short-term orientation, I can assure you in Japan, some companies have very long-term orientation. So of course you always have different types. Between countries it can differentiate, and of course also when we talk about public sector, not everything's the same. When she talks about a central bank, of course they're dealing with systemic risk. Of course they have to watch a lot of security aspects. I was more talking about chambers of commerce, which are much more free. Of course they have to stay within regulatory frame as well. But they're not carrying that risk. They could be much more innovative if they had a different culture. So what I, from my experience, suggest, you were asking how can we bridge those two different cultures or ways of working. The only thing that has a chance to succeed, also not flawlessly, is put them in work groups together. So people really dedicated to the same topic, they have to be kind of not the top leaders, but the people who actually would work on things, and let them talk it out, but always be aware and make very explicit what are your decision-making requirements in your organization. Because I've seen a lot, and I've led many of those teams between companies, important people in Cologne, where I come from, and on the other hand, politicians. We wanted to have an industry plan for Cologne to make industries grow and more productive, more sustainable, everything, better roads for them. And it was really interesting to observe those conflicts. For example, the companies thought, all right, after one day, we have an agreement when we discuss. While the politicians said, no, 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 I was just watching what we say. Yes, I mean, I may like what you said, but I still have to discuss everything in my home. But they didn't say so in the beginning. So they gave this impression that they said, oh, that's a good idea. So everybody thought, okay, they agree, but that was just their political behavior. So then the advice is be very clear about your decision-making processes and what's your mission in this group and what you want to take out. And then put them in work groups together. Maybe if you have 2 organizations, you need 5 work groups for different topics.
Yeah, I mean, I also think that a lot of private organizations take a lot of decisions based on assumptions. You've seen the CEO, my gut feeling just tells me this will happen. But there's no room for that in the public service. You take your gut feeling back to your home. All right, so my last question before I allow some questions from the audience. Adiswa, so how does cultural languages in different sectors help to promote discipline? Because I know these are pivotal to performance. So discipline, accountability, and order. The kind of languages that you use to communicate to your people, how does it drive the culture of, performance, accountability, and order?
Thank you for that.
And please, you guys will also.
In the central bank, of course, we're very conservative. We're all about discipline. You cannot, we need the public trust, we need public accountability. So we have to be very careful. So in terms of how the language, the kind of language that we use, Even internally for employees, when you talk about punctuality alone, that's important. When you talk about dress code, that's important. So we are coming in from within so that we will be able to gain the public trust. The same thing, if we have to work with the private sector, discipline is important, accountability is important. I know for, just like Sarah said, probably more around profitability, right? The private sector will be focusing on that. Again, that's not really our focus. Are you complying? What due process was put in place for us? So those are some of the cultural languages that we use in the central bank.
Thank you very much. I'll just add to what she said. From the central bank perspective, I think we derive a lot of our culture from our core values. So our core values are etched within our strategic plan. There are 4 of them. And those core values are supposed to guide our principles. They're supposed to be what influences our decision making. So these core values are mentioned all the time. We have, whether we have a strategic review, whether we have strategic performance reporting, when we have those different engagements, but these core values are also communicated throughout our different engagements. But I would like to speak to the culture language, for instance, of power distance. And power distance in the central bank, I remember when we did a culture scan, a campus, it was moderate for the central bank, which was relatively lower than the country's power distance. Yeah, but it's not very far from each other. But the language there is accountability. One of our core values is transparency and accountability. Now, how do you relate that to power distance? Accountability is looking at how are you accountable to mandate, how are you accountable to procedures, to due diligence. The central bank has strict approval levels. Even the public sector has strict approval levels. If you have a policy, it goes through those approval levels before it is approved. The different approvals, whether it's a law or a bill, those approval levels. So accountability as a core value and a language of culture in the central bank and the public sector is helping drive that particular area of power distance. But that can also be used to an advantage. There's high power distance, but leaders should then be accountable and make sure that they are compliant. Then the other language I would think in our different sectors or in the central bank is something that we call teamwork, which is collaboration, and that's a language that we are constantly talking about because we must collaborate. Teamwork is working together, is synergizing our different capabilities, is ensuring that when someone is better than the other, that is okay, but you can leverage on different capabilities and work together to deliver the common objective. So that is one culture language that we can get from that. But I would also like to look at one of the dimensions, I think, which is, and that also fits into the culture organizational dimension of customer orientation, where we're looking at the customer and saying we must ensure that we listen and respond to the customer's needs. So that is an area. Then professionalism, that's another area that I would look at in terms of the culture dimension of the organization. So in our case as Bank of Uganda, one of our core values is excellence, making sure you do the right thing, or not the right thing, do your work to the best of your ability. But that is professionalism, continuous improvement, improving yourself. So we're looking at, that is a language that we speak in the public sector, but also in the central bank. Are we improving on skills and capabilities? Are we leveraging on the current and the relevant opportunities to be better and therefore be excellent?
Thank you so much. I watched the video of the deputy director, deputy governor. Of
the governor.
Oh, it's now the governor. Awesome. Yeah. So yeah, I was talking about seeing the banks as customers, right? The organizations that you regulate as customers, and I think that's a very good orientation for you to know that you are not just policing them. They are actually your customers, and that changed a lot of orientation about how you deal with them. But on a lighter note, in Nigeria, during the customer service week, right, the Nigerian police put up a post on Twitter, on X, and they were wishing everybody well. I mean, I don't know how if that struck any chord in you. The police wishing the audience happy customer service week, What are they selling? They already took us as their customers. Christy, do you have anything to add to that? Yeah.
Yeah, you asked like with which values we try to instill accountability and performance.
Exactly. Yes.
So I think there are national culture elements to that, and then there are the sector-specific elements to that. With the national values, we live in a culture cluster in Germany and Austria and Switzerland, where accountability is quite a bit already in the national values, because we have a low power distance and we have a high uncertainty avoidance. So what do you do? Who watches the rules if no authority is there? So individuals tend to internalize that responsibility for rules and for standards and all these things. So in general, accountability is not so hard to do. You have to give a lot of autonomy to people and make clear why it is important, what they do, and they almost automatically will feel accountable. And that is true for companies and the public sector. Accountability is not a problem area. It's rather maybe the performance. And the performance, I think, in the private sector is very similar to other countries as well. People want a good mix of a secure job. They want to have more money. And they might also, in our case, then have a lot of autonomy and be able to move things. This having an impact is also important for people in companies. In public sector, I think as we cannot operate so much with increasing salaries or giving more vacation, and all these things are fixed. So what you do is you give them visibility. So they can stand out in a work committee with the Lord Mayor and have a speech. Or we give them they give them the project management for something. Give them a bit of a visibility and a lot of appreciation. When you make surveys with people in the public sector in Germany, what would they want more? It's always appreciation. They want to receive thank yous. They want to receive you did a good job. And that's a big motivator.
That's great. Thank you so much. So do we have anyone that would like to ask? Okay. All right. How many people? I don't know how many questions we can take from the audience. Okay. Please, if you can just step forward.
Thank you very much, our moderators and our panelists. I must say I really enjoyed myself because for me it has always been a mix of private and public sector. So having to have people discuss it now, it's like reigniting something in my mind. For me, I have a question for anybody that would answer it, maybe, but basically to Ms. Iradia. In the public sector, you actually have bureaucracy, and it's something that is actually very difficult to overcome. But then, balancing that with operators that need to make faster decisions. Sometimes they ask you for things, sometimes they need you to get something done. So how are you able to reduce, what are the things you are doing in your organization to reduce the bureaucratic bottlenecks so that you can be responsive? Because organizations that are not responsive in this age and time will probably not exist. I know CBN will exist for a very long time, but then they have to be done. So what's in your organization are you presently doing culturally to reduce bureaucratic bottlenecks? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. What are we doing? We are embarking on a cultural transformation program, first of all. I think that's like a huge deal for the Central Bank of Nigeria. Our journey, of course, started in 2020. I think this is year 5 for us. And it is also imperative to note that the governor of the Central Bank is particularly very interested in this initiative. That's huge because culture starts from the top, right? Again, like I mentioned, we now have a unit that reports directly to him. So, of course, all of those initiatives, he's very much interested in it. What exactly are we doing? We've developed many initiatives. One, I can talk about the document flow, which is we no longer do paper approvals, right? Lots of those things are done efficiently now. So even if you're working remotely, anytime, instead of coming into the bank, you can actually get all of those approvals done
from your home or your workspace. We're also looking at decisions at the various levels. So instead of taking lower decisions to all the way to the board, it could stop at the maybe director level or even administrators in those strategic business units. So I think there are numerous things that the central bank is doing, making sure that innovation is important. I mentioned earlier we now have a department specifically. We have the Culture and Change and Culture Transformation Unit coming up with concept notes daily and getting those approved. So I hope that clarifies for you.
Thank you. Any other question? Okay, so I guess you all understood, like the lecturer. So no question. So please, can we have your closing remarks, just very quickly?
Thank you very much, but I would like to think that I think we must have done a good job, or they did not understand us. If there are no questions. We did a good job, okay, thank you. All right, so my closing remarks would be that public sector and private sector must coexist because we both bring to the environment different interests. The public sector is important because it has strategic importance, it has stability, and it also has political considerations, as you may know. But the private sector is also good because of profitability, because of agility, responding to the needs of the customer, and that fast tracking of objectives. So we must coexist. I think the thing here is to identify areas of working together and being able to leverage on those aspects and work together to deliver value to the people that we are supposed to deliver value to, the public, the customer, and the stakeholder. Thank you very much.
Oh yes, just to piggyback from her, I think they are both they are similar. I'm just going to focus again around both bureaucracy happening in the public sector, it happens in the private sector. It's not just in the public sector. You would agree, maybe quietly. You know, in the public sector, they tend to blow it up. They're slow. Things take time to get done. But you would agree that in the public sector, we are focusing around accountability, focusing on transparency, and just like you said, it's profitability, there's energy in the private sector. So the best thing is really to collaborate, get the best of both worlds, sit together, partner together, and do a lot of collaboration. So thank you.
Yeah, closing remark. I could maybe say a wish. Of course, I come from a national political context at the moment in Germany, where we are really debating a lot that we have too much bureaucracy, which is true. I mean, we see, for example, that when we want to build a railroad track that is cross-border, then the other countries, and it doesn't matter if it's Denmark or Austria or France, they are ready with their part of the track like 5, 7, 10 years before we are. And that is because of very many high standards that need very many expertises to be written and many possibilities for civilians to put a trial because they want to protect the environment, other things, which has all been done for a good cause, but it has become excessive to an extent that it becomes like a freezer for all activity. So my wish would be that the public sector would focus a bit less on all the topics that they are pursuing, like, I don't know what, climate protection or infrastructure or whatever law, but think more, why do we have those rules and topics? It is to serve the people and the companies, yes, also the companies. Because if we want to have growing economies, the bureaucracies, so that is created by the public sector, should be more with a serving mentality to citizens and companies.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies, it's been a privilege sitting with you guys to look at this topic today. And thank you so much, the audience, for your time. I think we're done, right? So, what next? Picture? Thank you. Please. Yes. No picture? Huh? So I hope you guys have had some good time in Nigeria. You've done the jollof this afternoon? You did it? Sorry. Christy? Oh. You've had some jollof? Pepper soup. Okay, great. Then have you done suya? Suya. And then shall the spicy meat, sliced meat. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. One more time, a round of applause for them. All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a part of this session. We're just going to check on the other team and bring them back so that we can proceed to wrap up and get ready for the party. Okay, everybody's tired. Nobody's excited about party anymore. Maybe we call it off and we just go home. No. All right, we're going to have that. Let's check on the rest of the team and bring them back. Thank you.
All right. Fantastic. Okay.
We know today our topic is culture and technology, and the user experience just the end. So what is the bridge between culture and technology? They are the user interface, they are the user experience. So this method, it is inspired by Hofstad's 6-dimension method, and we have 9 new dimensions to evaluate the UI UX. And we also have 2 sets of scores. They are called C score and P scores. Okay, next slide. Yeah, so here we can see that it shows 9 different dimensions. From top to bottom, there are technology optimism, collectivism, and symbolicity, interactive logic, and so on. So because we found out that in different cultures, different countries, there are huge differences for the product, for the user experience design. We can have 2 examples. First one for the technology optimism. So some people in the world, they think new technologies are always good. Even they didn't try it, they just believe new technology are always good. I think we just saw some slides from other experts. It shows that in China, the usage of AI functions is very high, much higher than some other countries. So the example is just in China, many people, they believe the new technology, they want to try AI. So this is technology optimism. And some other example like the number 7, informativeness. So maybe the picture is a bit smaller, but it shows that in different apps, we have 2 apps as an example. First one is Junyao Airlines from China. The other one is SAS from Nordic. So both of them are airliner app, but you can see the homepage are very different. In Junyao Airlines app, it shows much information. So maybe many functions you will never use, but they just want to show to the users. But as the SAS, it only shows very selected information. So this is the whole idea. And next slide. So in this package, we have 2 sets of scores. I think this is very special. So on the left side, we call it C-score. C-score are culture score from the users. So we use the quantitative survey, just similar like Hofstede 6-dimension method. So we get the many different scorings here. You can see we show like including China, also Nigeria, and Germany, Germany, Sweden, and so on. Many countries here on the left side. But on the right side, we have the P-score. P-score is for the product, so we can do the evaluation for the product's user experience design. And then we can find out if C-score and P-score, they match together. If they match, so this product is very good for the typical preference in this market. But if they are very far away, we should consider to change, to update. And finally, based on this method, please next one. So we have 3 types of the services. First one, we have one website. We can use the AI, use the large language model ability to do the evaluation for your product. So the designers, the product managers, they can very quickly to know if their product P-score can meet the target market C-score. And the second is the certification. So just in September, in one automotive conference in China, we launched the certificate with Egbert together for Chinese market. So this certificate shows if one product can meet the demands from some other market. So you can show on the right side, we give the certificate to Huawei, to some other companies, to show that their design is good for European market. And now we also have the certificate for lots of other markets. And on the bottom is the training and the consulting. Yeah. So maybe this slide is not too big, but we have one small brochure here, and we put many brochures there. So if you are interested, you can get some after the meeting. Okay, so thank you. And also you can scan the QR code. I'm not sure if the shape is good. So on the left side, you can get the digital of this brochure, and on the right side, you can apply for one trial account of these AI tools. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Youngshine. Somebody told me that the conference is coming to an end. I cannot believe it. Having way too much fun, and I hope that you are too. It's bittersweet for me. But for the final rites, I would like to call on stage. Michael, you should be beside me. We started this. We must finish it together. Can we usher Michael in with a round? DJ, don't do that. So you know, once I will just kick off this shoe and start dancing. Would like to thank you all for. I'm really surprised that we're still here till this time. Still full of energy. I don't see tired faces. Still wanting more. Michael, can we extend it till tomorrow?
Till 30 December.
Till 30 December. Okay. So for the final rites, I would like to call on stage the Vice President, Theculturefactor Canada, and the Managing Partner, Theculturefactor Africa, Mr. Oke Okere, as well as the Global CEO, the Theculturefactor Group, Egbert Schramm.
Thank you. Okay,
Please
by popular demand, Dr. Okechukwu Okere.
I hope you noticed Egbert's swag with his agbada. He's carrying.
I'm sure you're wondering why I have a pile of money in my hands. I'll tell you in a bit. You want to go first or you want me to go first?
Yeah. I think, as Mo already mentioned, the fact that you are still here and hoping for more will come, but in the form of dancing, in the form of getting to know each other even better. But before that starts, I would really like to appreciate all of today's participants. That's yourself. All of the team members in the background and this support staff with the lighting, the cameras. The Africa team, in particular, okay, Michael. Chukuka for flying in from all the way from the USA as chairman for the local office. And all 28 sponsors. Now, I do hope, okay, that you got a list with all of the names. And in the absence of the names, you will have seen a lot of the sponsors outside. I am definitely going to try to get that chicken, but that will be tomorrow. I hope you've tried out the Calyx stand outside with some of the new recipes, and you've seen a lot of the sponsor names here in the background on the wall behind us. So my warm thanks also to all the sponsors that made today possible. Thank you.
So Egbert's going to tell us one more thing, but before he tells us what's going to happen after today, I want to tell you what's going to happen tonight. So tonight we have an Owambe party. And I don't see anybody getting crazy here, but what you need to know what that is. So, yeah, can we demonstrate for them what happens in an Owambe party? So just show them a little bit of a snippet. Jumoke, Alioke, Malaki, Dr. Jam, could you come out and show them what happens at an Owambe party? So she's definitely someone who can show them. Could you help us, DJ, and demonstrate what happens?
Attention, if you're not spending money, go, 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 go. Ẹni tó wọ́n mọ̀ tó ń ṣe dọ́gì, misplaced priority, can be pro, can be lazy. Àṣẹ tó bá dé kó wà kọ́gbọ́n. On the high sea, my money be like cocoa money. See now everything I go, go, bitch better have my money. Go, my day. Bitch better have my money.
Team, please get my money back before it goes. They know better. So just to let you know, it's a tradition over here I see Alex is already Nigerian. So, as part of the tradition, when people dance, you celebrate them, you reward them with spraying money. But I need to warn you, spraying Naira is against the law. This is not Naira. This is Factora. I wish to welcome you to the Republic of Factora, which is going to be a country that with its own legal tender for the next 4 hours. Yes. Give us a round of applause. After 10 p.m. tonight, this money expires. If you try to use it after that, you're going to be arrested. So please don't use it outside here. And the rate, the going rate is a very, very valuable currency. 1 Factora is 1,000 Naira. And while we're doing this, we are going to encourage you to please buy as much as you can. We have enough to go around. We're trying to raise money for a charity called Kinabuti. Are they here? Is Kinabuti here yet? Are they not? They're not here. Okay. So Kinabuti, they help disadvantaged women and young people to get into the creative arts, into making clothes, making shoes, making bags, helping them find a living in the arts. And they've been around in Nigeria for about 12 years or so. There have been a lot of seamstresses, as you will call them, tailors, women, that they've taught the skill, that have been able to find themselves. And we want to raise money for them. And we're planning to raise a minimum of how much, team? Rachel, is it 2 million? Is it 2 million Naira? 2 million Naira. I want to raise 2 million Naira tonight. 2 million Naira. So I want to get 2 million of these things. Okay, that's how much? 2,000 of these things spent. So I want to encourage you to go ahead and buy as much as you can. And then what you're going to do tonight, when you see people dancing, because once you buy it, it goes into the kitty. Once you buy it, you've made the donation already. Feel free to spend it on anybody that you feel that is dancing or dressed well. Just spend it on them. Don't worry, they won't take it. As you're spreading it, the team will collect it so that the person doesn't go home with it. We're going to have awards tonight for the best dressed person in the Owambe attire, in the Ashwebi. So we want to see who wore it best. Male, best dressed male, and best dressed female. Feel free to accessorize with beads or chains or whatever, or a hat like ours. And by the way, my hat is tilted to the left, which means that I am married. Yeah, excuse me. Excuse me. Is it the other way? So I've been giving the wrong signal since. No wonder all these girls have been following me. Please, let me just, it's this way. I thought it was the left that is, I'm going to keep mine in the middle then. So the right means that you're married. And then to the left means that you're single. What about to the front? So Egbert, we're married, so we're not available. Okay, even tonight we're not available. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're going to have an award for the best dressed male and the best dressed female. And we're also going to have an award for the best dancer male and the best dancer female. And how we're going to know who the best is that we're going to pick out, finalists, and they will come out and they will dance. And if you think that they're the best, you walk up to them and you spray money. And then we will count, yes, you make it rain, as I say. You make it rain. And then we will count. The person who raises the largest amount of money will win the award for best dressed or best dancer, right? And then one more award we have for the night is we call it the Agbabola Award. And all the people who are from Nigeria will understand what that is. Can you please tell them what Agbabola is? The highest spender. So the person who buys the highest amount of Factoras tonight is going to go with the Agbabola Award. So bring all the cash that you have. You don't need to go back with it. Bring the dollars, bring the Canadian dollars, bring the US dollars, bring the euros, bring the Singapore dollars, bring all the money that you have. We will exchange it. We'll just find out the exchange rate and we'll give you the value, all right? But you're going to have to use your card or you can use cash as well. We'll take any currency that you have and we'll make the donation. So I want to thank you so much again for coming. I think Egbert has one more piece of news before we go.
And that is a very special piece of news for which I will need a video to be ready. If that is ready, then I shall get a mark in a short moment. So, earlier today, we've been in many locations. Today was the first time in Africa. Last year we were in India, the year before that in Finland, then there was COVID. Canada we were last year, the year before that in India. You see, I'm getting old, I'm losing track of time. Next year, for our 15th Culturefactor conference, we're gonna go to the land of Gangnam Style. So, we have prepared a little video for you just to get you into the mood for that. If today left a good taste, then join us next year in South Korea. But we will also try to organize another event here in Africa. Yeah? Thank you. Let's see if the video plays. Korea. Thank you for being with us here today. Stay for the party. If you don't have cash, walk to a bank, get the cash to support a charity.
We can take cards.
We take cards as well,
cards.
even better. Digitalization benefit. So we shall continue at...
Yes, so we shall continue at 7 p.m. right here. So if you want to go get changed, do your makeup or whatever, you know, let your hair down like I will, come back with my afro. So go do that, and then we're back here by 7 p.m. It's right here, but we'll need everybody to please exit the hall to network, because we're going to turn this place into a party arena. So it's going to be a completely different arrangement. So please exit while we're set up. You can change in the hotel or wherever, and we'll see you here by 7 p.m. You can eat before. There will be canapes and cocktails as well. So there will be drinks and some finger food. So if you need something heavier, then perhaps you want to do that. Otherwise, you'll be dancing, so you probably want to go a bit light. Yeah, so there will be finger food around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you
and
at
thank you
7.
for coming.
Anya chere tati ako hi, yeah.